The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits. The Split 1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times. After these matches have been completed, the top 20 teams according to the regular season standings will compete in the regional finals. At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the Split 1 playoffs.
And hello and welcome to the Apac North Pro League Split 1. My name is Sneaky Frog. With me is Rex Lily, of course. We are here for match day number 4. A versus B and A versus C is going to be occurring today. We're going to go right back up to A versus C. First of all, a rematch or a replay of day number 1, and we're gonna see some teams trying to redeem themselves after their match day 1 performances, but there've been a lot of stuff happening here behind the scenes with Lily.
Indeed, Sneaky, you're right about that. A lot of roster changes in the region, actually. Also some composition changes, given that the Watson has recently received changes in the game files themselves from the recent patch notes.
Ooh, and maybe those Watson changes are gonna deter some of the teams to maybe not pick her up. Maybe the Catalyst is gonna be back in action here for today's games, and that's gonna be very interesting because we already know in APAC North, they really don't like to run the usual that we see around the world.
Indeed, you also notice that a lot of people seem to be picking up great for Pro League, where despite no changes whatsoever to her current kit, it seems that a lot of teams have actually started preferring her more as opposed to other legends that were previously hard dominating the meta.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that Wraith Superhighway for that rotation with her portal, very, very useful, especially with how hard these teams actually hold their positions. I think that Wraith is going to be one of the factors that you can think of that can actually be a solution, especially to those players who do want to go more aggressive more than anything. But yeah, speaking of the players, of course, we are going to have A versus B up first, a replay of match day number 1. Pretty interesting to say the least, because though a certain team here is looking for redemption for that day 1 performance, Kinotrope Gaming. Kinotrope Gaming, how do we describe this day 1 without being too rude? It was expectations not met in that day 1, that's for sure.
That's for sure. They were performing extremely well in the scrims, as well as with their fans cheering them on and waiting for their strong day 1 performances. But we didn't necessarily see that for the very first week of Pro League. But Kinotrope Gaming was able to recover somewhat on week 2, so perhaps we'll see an even stronger performance from them for week 3. Maybe they just needed time to be familiar with the playground that is the APAC North Pro League, or maybe they just need time to figure out their strategy for the upcoming games, because after all, scrim performance won't necessarily dictate how you will be performing in the games themselves.
For sure, for sure. Some of the teams do perform better once Pro League comes around. Some of the teams actually perform worse compared to scrims right then and there. But yeah, it's been quite the doozy here behind the scenes. So many roster changes and so many teams, or so many players out. So many teams actually deciding to switch in these in actually the middle of the split. The most interesting one that I've seen here, Lily, was actually Enterforce 36 deciding to go with Diaz, decided to go with Synap to replace Diaz in their current roster. And to be fair, I mean, Synap has been performing really, really well in Pro League, so you can't really blame Enterforce 36 for sniping him off of that roster.
That is true, Sneaky. But aside from these roster changes, of course, we'll be heading now into the very first game of Group A versus B, match day number 4. We'll be heading into our favorite POI, none other than Stormpoint.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of POIs, it is going to be a contest this time because last A versus B matchup we had 0 contests here in the entire group. But unfortunately, that contest is going to be going into World's Edge. But for Stormpoint, at the moment, it is pretty peaceful. Plenty of spots for everyone to land, for everyone to loot. It's going to be about how those rotations are going to be stopped. And here we go.
Okay, we're seeing now the teams dropping from the dropship. Not really a lot of action right now. Sticky, where again are these cons happening?
And no, there's actually no cons here in Stormpoint.
No con.
It's going to be World's Edge instead with...
I see. So at the moment, due to, I guess, a lot, due to the
map
huge
is big.
size. Yeah, the map is big. 15% larger than what World's Edge is. So not really in a lot of pressure compared to just how, for example, if they put back Kings Canyon. Just an example. If they put back Kings Canyon back to comp, quite a lot of pressure in my opinion to get those POIs, to get prio to zone, to avoid the really nasty rotates. If you get what I'm saying.
For sure. You and Zephyr have been very noisy about this on Twitter, actually, and everyone wants Kings Canyon back. And I cannot blame you. The map is iconic. The map is historic. So many legendary games already played in Kings Canyon. Why not bring it back?
Nah.
But I think the devs are still kind of cooking it. It's a bit medium rare at the moment, so I think we're going to be maybe ready because I heard Season 20 is going to be absolutely banging.
A lot of things are also banging right now, such as Bangalore. So much of her in Stormpoint and World's Edge. What more in Kings Canyon?
Yeah.
If ever it does make a return. I think she's just really that powerful in regards to allowing your team, giving your team the flexibility to rotate and making sure that you get into zone without, of course, getting eliminated.
For sure. I wonder how the teams are going to react, because I have heard that the SMGs are no longer going to be able to use that digital threat. So I think it's not going to affect the side of Apac North too much, considering how much they love the RE45 in this region. And if you have an RE45, that's a pistol. That means you can put a digi threat on it and you can shred absolutely with no problem whatsoever. But we are going to take a look at the map. It is going to be somewhat of a south pulling zone, so we are going to see probably a fight between E36 or Realize as soon as they find themselves going in towards the south direction. However, Jurassic is looking pretty free at the moment, so I think it is just going to be teams flying in, looking to get some early positions.
A lot of teams now rotating towards the desired spots and buildings that they want to play in. And as you can see, Apac... Whoa, Akuma!
Oh.
Enemy behind you, right behind you.
Vortex Wolf. Oh, they had to pop
Sammy.
it. Oh, no. Sammy's already down. That means your Conduit cannot offer those temp shields, but I think he actually popped it right before he went down. So Kuma is going to be on the low ground. Chaoson going to be forced to pop that battery for now, but Sammy's going to get finished off, and Vortex Wolf, who is trying to take the roof, cannot successfully do so, and they actually run into HAO, who is not going to be generous about their building. They are going to keep it on their own, and that might actually cost the life of Chaoson and the rest of Vortex Wolf, and it is looking like we could be seeing our first team placing 20th.
First blood for the side of Watagashi at HAO. And you know what's funny? I was about to discuss how most of these teams tend to prefer not fighting very early into the game, such as right now, it's still round 1 closing. After all, they're not really in a lot of pressure to fight, since given how these teams at Apac North like to play, they prefer to take it so they don't really want to push an engagement this early on. However, as you just saw, if they see an opportunity, if they see a misplay, they won't hesitate shooting you, taking you down, and getting KP for it.
Yeah, and that's such an Apac North thing, right? I mean, them being passive, for sure they're going to be playing zone a lot, but as soon as you land within a 10-meter vicinity of their building, they are gonna fight you to the death because they don't want any team surrounding their game plan, because that game plan can be ruined by a team that could maybe grief them trying to get into the zone. So I think they're just trying to avoid, you know, possible disaster. So you can't really blame HAO for that move.
I agree with you. But for now, kind of not a lot of things happening, except that we can see some teams rotating, making use of the Trident, such as Mosey, that we know have been playing a lot of Edge recently.
For sure, for sure. And their comp really speaks to it. I mean, the conduitless comp, instead, they're running the Horizon and that Bloodhound. So they're going to be doing a lot of information for their side, and they're going to be moving in and around the map, looking for those potential rotators, just like Realize with Shoy, who is still trying to work their way into the spot, who is actually running one of the few ramparts in this game. So maybe they're going to try and see if they can see, or maybe they can set up something different compared to what they saw in the initial A versus B.
You know what? It's curious that we've seen a Rampart pick, and of all regions, it has to be an Apac North. I like how these teams like to innovate, try to figure out their own game plan.
Oh,
and
I can already hear Wig in the back of my head. He's like, Rampart, Catalyst, Crypto? No way.
I think this comp though is very zone heavy, which is why you can see that Realize with Joey already trying to find their spots inside the zone, and this is probably where they would be living for the next few minutes of the match, actually.
Oh, but the drone does get destroyed, so Realize is going to do a lot of ducking here in the underside. So they don't want to expose themselves, whether it is the back or the front. But you know, some teams are actually trying to see if they can farm them as much as possible here. But we're going to wait and see if Realize can actually do anything. It's actually HAO from across the board, from across the river, actually poking them out, attempting to poke them out, and Realize they got walls. Don't worry.
Yeah, but not the kind of walls that most people are familiar with.
Yep.
They have a Rampart and 2 Rampages actually in their team. Kind of, even the weapon side, it's a bit off meta. Won't you agree?
For sure, for sure. But the Rampart, especially when it comes to that late game, if you place those walls correctly, sometimes it can really win you the entire fight, and at times could win you the entire game, and especially when that Sheila is out, and that Sheila can shred. I mean, that's going to be quite the easy time if they can survive.
Yeah, if they can survive. But I'm not sure that will be much of a problem for now. After all, 20 squad, still in the game, 60 players. Wait, 60 players?
Ooh, so it seems like...
Seems like somebody got respawned.
Yep. Riddle Order taking early position here as well. Satuchi already at the top of Pylon, actually. So it's going to be very interesting how this one pans out. I can't believe HAO, I mean, despite the really good fight that they actually took against Vortex Wolf, Vortex Wolf just got the res back. And no one really reacted to it. They're just like, all right, we got our 2 KP. Might as well just, you know, stay here. Oh, but D36 still a bit behind in the zone at this very moment. Still trying to look for a spot in towards Northpad, but yeah, it's looking a bit difficult. But they are now seeing HAO inside of that building, so E36 has to decide, do we fight for this right side building, or do we just go into Pylon possibly and maybe look for a spot there? But even that spot, the top side is occupied at this very moment. But Genotrope still at the edge, maybe looking for some outliers here. Nah, they got Valk. It's so easy to rotate with Valk, and especially here in Stormpoint, so you can't really blame some of the teams with the more immobile, you know, legends that they do have, like the Bloodhound. You know, might want to try and fly them over into the zone. And also provides Genotrope with a lot more options here.
Well, it seems like Enderforce 36 is getting into a fight, as we saw earlier in the kill feed. Oh, SBI Esports actually the first squad to be eliminated, but Rolling Thunder being thrown. Feels like there is a threat of a third party nearby, since Synap is just straight out ditching ILY.
Yeah. ILY. Oh, there we go. ILY, that's going to be their death. And the Satuchi Sparks coming in for the third party, not allowing E36 to secure this loot. Instead, it's actually going to be them yoinking some of these armors, yoinking some of these shield batteries from this team. But I think mission accomplished for the side of E36. It's just unfortunate that they had the casualty, but they already got a good rotation within the zone. But being a duo is not good news, especially for that late game.
Meanwhile, Miyake encountering a wingman user and trying to fight back with the Prowler. Two care pack weapons at the hands of these two players, but feels like engagement has been cancelled. We do see a crawling down person over here.
What's that spot? Oh, that's 2 down for E36 already, so not the best start here in Storm Point for E36. Already losing 2 members in the process, and it's probably only Synap left alive for his squad. And actually, it is only 19 squads left. They could be the first team actually out, technically, in this entire lobby. So pretty unfortunate for Enterforce because they already won a really good fight. It's that they got third-partied and they were forced to run away from one side of the map with a team to another side of the map with another team. So circumstances were just not there for them.
Meanwhile, TIE over here looking to play Edge and trying to poke with a triple take. 40 left to Evil level number 2. TIE, as you recall, Sneaky, they do like to play Edge. One of the few teams who actually try to embody that playstyle. So you can see Apac North being extremely zone heavy, but look at the kill feed. We have O2 Esports getting eliminated by Fennel.
Unfortunate. 18 squads left, and that means that's a 19th placed finish for them. And it's not going to be too much of a worry for some of the teams who are already in the zone. It's more of a problem for the teams who are kind of sticking in towards the edge side at this very moment. But yeah, everyone's still thinking about what spot they are playing at here at the moment. CCG still deciding to stay in one of the tunnels here in Pad, so don't want to move anywhere just yet.
We could cruise up tally on Bandit out there.
Man, this crypto is getting so much value though. I mean, especially for the side of HAO. I mean, they already won their first fight. They already got KP. If they can just clean up the rest of this. Actually, they have one of the best spots that you can ask for this type of zone, but I think it could be ending here in North instead. So could be a bit of trouble, but yeah, it could be a launch pad zone, but I'm not so sure. I'm not gonna knock it just yet because I saw this zone one time in ALGS, but it could be that.
Oh, Meteor now eliminated.
Oof.
17 squads remaining. That's the second wipe for Fennel actually.
Oh, EMP popped in the background, so a bit of damage already going in and around, and a bit of action finally happening going in towards the round 3 closing because the space is not plenty here in Launchpad. The underside's occupied, the top side is also occupied at the same time, but fortunately for Vortex Wolf, they got the high ground so they can poke some of the teams who are actually attempting to fight, attempting to rotate, attempting to get out, and here comes the nades coming in for the backside. TIE eating some of them. The Rolling Thunders on the ground. Great shots here from Infamous, but he cannot get any trades back, and Kenotrope gets their first squad wipe of the day, but one Tappy's already down. They have to be careful of the high ground as well because Vortex Wolf is here, but they do got the gold bag, so that's going to come in clutch here for the survival of TIE, but Kenotrope still looking to go in position here. And because of that gold bag from the side of one Tappy from Kenotrope, sorry for the mistake, but yeah, they're just going to stay there for now, but Vortex Wolf still deciding what is the game plan here. Do they want to go front, or do they just want to wait for that perfect moment for one of these two teams to fight and maybe go for a third party?
Yeah, as you can see, Sneaky Chaos is descending over here, and this usually happens in dense POIs for Apac North, but oh, seems like a fight is about to happen at the moment. Alchison getting cracked, actually getting knocked by no other than Kenotrope Gaming's Miyake.
Yeah, and I think Miyake is actually trying to get more space for his squad, so it's actually good that he went for Vortex Wolf here in the high ground, so they have a bit more space to work with. Alchison being 1 HP, barely breathing, maybe can get a res back up. Vortex Wolf, I don't think you want to mess with the rest of Kinotrope Gaming as Arufa does get Sammy, and it is only a rat, and there is a squad on the left side. Kokolobi Gaming gonna take advantage, gonna get that 1 KP and just go back to the underground, no problem whatsoever.
And at the moment, 15 squads left, and the ring is starting to close fast. Kokolobi Gaming, they will be in trouble if they don't rotate fast enough. Valkyrie has been
Oh, he got
bombed,
left
and
behind.
it leaves Jakusha!
No, Jakushia.
Jakusha tanking all that ring damage, now has to walk while the rest of his teammates is flying up in the sky. However, Yo66 takes a bit too much ring damage, suffers his fate, disconnects from Maya, and Maya is the only one that is actually relatively inside the zone. Jakusha though catches up, and I think they might be attempting a reset angle, Sneaky.
Yeah, and Jakusha, unfortunately, getting the Home Alone treatment here. Gonna get left behind in that circle as Realize Washoy gonna get taken down in the background. And as we see the circle get smaller, the fights get more often in this game. And Reject, as we do see on the left side, making sure those wanted vents are used. Instead, they just go for the full swing, but they might regret it. Karanfi's gonna eat the ground, and there is no way to trade for that one. And now they're just going to be forced to play this corner. They're still trying to collect as much KP as possible. Throws the Thermite in there. Has to throw an Arcstar. But do they have a generator there inside? No, they do not. So it seems like that team is still stuck outside of the zone. Reject trying to take them out for those juicy points, but it's not happening. HAO just playing survival games here in the corner, and they do have the generator available, but they don't want to put it down just yet.
Interestingly, it's becoming more and more like Reject Winity going against HAO. Both of
my
them have
God.
Valkyries. Actually, no. HAO has a Valkyrie while Reject Winity was running actually. Watson, Bangalore, and Horizon Comp.
Yeah, and I think Reject Winity needs to decide now whether or not they want to go for a full commit for HAO going in towards this corner and look for another spot here in the zone because it's already precarious. EMP is going to go out, and that's going to further grief their spot that is already in the corner. Instead, HAO this time is going to be swinging. Reject Winity is going to go down, and that is going to be them out in 12th place. And an instant Valkyrie, they're going to be out of that one in an instant. HAO flying on over, looking for a spot. Maybe they can play the top of the crane temporarily and try to see if they can get a timing off, but no. They're gonna play the top side on one of these buildings, but someone else landed on it.
You see that? Two different teams, I think, Sneaky, just landing on the very spots that HAO was considering, and it seems like it might not be working out for them.
What is happening to 30-30?
What? Oh, okay, there you go. 30-30 now online. Techwing trying to farm as many armor, as many damage from what they can get from this squad. Area 310
55.
Eliminated 10
One more.
squads left in the lobby.
Oh, No Money C is so close to that red armor, and you can feel the inevitability of it. Mo's playing the top side of that building, and I think you've already seen this zone before, actually, Lily. The teams in the high ground didn't really enjoy their time too much. If I can remember, this is actually the zone that play outside one in. So I think whoever is playing the underside of the highest building in this point could be looking for a dub, but Red Order trying to see if they can clear the low ground here. They got some angles, they got some damage. They're trying to clear the knockdown shield in order to get that last player. But no, the last player is just going to bounce on out. They're just going to get the easy finish. And Red Order going to collect some points on the board. Oh, but is there another squad actually trying to contest for their spot? These fences gotta be cleared, but 10 squads left. A whole lot of damage is being poured on. The Rolling Thunder is being popped here in the background. But the old thick cells, they're gonna try to pump it. I think they're gonna have to pump it now. There's not much time going into the round 6 circle as we're going for the final close. Only the last person left alive here for Mo. The RE45 doing hella damage, but is not enough to get that kill. And Techwing at this very moment, they got a really good spot. They got high ground, but can they take advantage of it? That's the true question. And they actually got a really good pull in towards their side. They don't have to drop for a while.
I agree with you, Sneaky. It might be a game-winning angle for the side of Techwing. That is, if they're able to play their cards properly. But right now, Riddle Order is also looking quite dangerous. They're just waiting by the corner side, waiting for the teams to make a move, and there you have it. Beams going on, but not really getting a knock nor a crack, but
Yeah.
they are safe, they are well hidden, and none of the teams are necessarily wanting to aggress them.
Oh, but Meltzera actually got one of the members here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, and they split the zone in half. They got their own club here in the backside, but I think there's a team that wants to swing this wall, but the smokes are going to help them with their problem right in front. Meltzera gets a really good kill on towards Hanpopo, and can they clear this just in time? Kenotrope's going to be out in 5th, and there is still a whole lot of squads in this general vicinity as Sync goes down. Riddle Order just farming every single player that is remaining still, but they have a very formidable opponent right in front of them, and that is going to be Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon's eliminated. Oh my word! Satoshi Sparks only having one member left alive in the high ground. Riddle Order 2 down for their side, and this might just seal the deal for this game. Techwing looking for the dub. Really good drop coming in from them. Really good spot at the start of this round 6 circle, and it is only 2 solos that they have to deal with. The last hit with the machete from the Bangalore, and Techwing, they got the first win of the day.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League. My name is Frog, with me Rex and Lily, of course, and we're going to take a gander at the scoreboard. TechWing leading the cause at 22 points at this very moment. Riddle Order coming in at second, and Fennel coming in at third. Kinotrope also tied with the points, but I think Fennel got a bit more kills in that game. Stoogie Sparks not too far behind as well. And a whole lot of teams that we actually saw got into that final circle, and despite that, not getting that high of placing. Unfortunate, but yeah, you really have to be on point, especially when it comes to those round 4 to 5 circles, because that is where the action does start. And yeah, it's going to be interesting going into map number 2. What these teams are going to do in order to adjust accordingly, because, I mean, some of these teams, especially Vortex Wolf, who didn't really have the best entry going into these games, going to try to look for some redemption, I guess, going into this map 2 of Storm Point. But yeah, we are just going to see most of these teams, I guess, maybe play a bit more safe more than usual, because they don't want to be taken out. I think everyone has already gotten their Game 1 jitters out, and it seems like Game 2, everyone is warmed up and ready and roaring to go. And yeah, we are about to enter game 2, speaking of. And yeah, we're gonna have a very fun time here in Storm Point once again, as the drops do start at this very moment. It's gonna be the same old drops for most of the teams, but we are gonna take a look at some of these rotations, of course. Last time, we did see some of the North teams actually interacting with these teams who are more middle of the pack here in terms of the map position. And unfortunately, some of them did have to pay for their lives. But yeah, we're just gonna see the same old looting once again. Maybe some interactions with some of the teams going into Command Center and Zoo Station, maybe in Lightning as well. However, there was no attempt to go for the car. So yeah, I mean, not gonna be too much action coming in from that side. So yeah, we're just gonna take a look at Vortex Wolf, who is gonna yoink that Trident actually, and is gonna bubble up in order to gain that extra protection, but that bubble didn't do much. Bit of damage here coming in from Anaya, almost on that blue with just one clip of that devotion, and at least Meteor is gonna get something off of it. So yeah, maybe an early blue would benefit them before the zone does reveal itself, and we're gonna have somewhat of a middle of the pack zone actually. So Reject, CCG already in a really good positions. E36, if it does pull in towards checkpoint, they're gonna have a fun time as well. And we are already seeing teams mostly in towards the north side at this very moment. So yeah, I think the teams like Vortex Wolf is going to have an easier time rotating in. Maybe Kinotrope is going to start moving right about now, because, you know, it's going to be a hard way to get into the zone. Either you have to go through Command Center, where you have to run into Vortex Wolf, or you could go the long way around, maybe in Stormcatcher, and you have to run into Moze. But there is the option of going in the wall as well, which I think, if I was Kinotrope here, I would be a lot more confident with my chances against the Satuchi Sparks. But just got to be ready for that fight, man, just in case that you do run into them. Don't want to have a bit of a happy accident here, as at times, as soon as you are earshot of the opponent here on just the other side of the mountain, they're going to start running at you, no problem whatsoever. But we're already seeing teams filing on into the zone, scanning these beacons already, trying to see if they can gain some early information here. Reject Winity, of course, the first place team coming in from day number 1, is going to look to get into the Broken Armory and is going to try to loot more, but unfortunately not much you can see in terms of loot here, as Meteor has already eaten up everything in this Broken Armory. So they're just going to probably turn their heads and go back to the spot that they were initially in, but they're just going to scout out the zone of just a bit, just in case that Realize gets a bit too cheeky and maybe wants to go on in. But, Riddle Order taking a bit of damage. Yukio actually already armorless to start things off here in the fight, and we're already seeing shots already being fired, and Reject Winity. Oh, is this the Godrock zone actually? I mean, the only reason why you go up here is you know that the zone is actually going to end in and around the front of Cenote Caves, around south of the mill. So already good spot here for the side of Reject, or not Reject Winity, actually play outside. So they have to stay on top of this rock, but at the same time have to be careful from their backside, because when you hold this spot a bit too early, you just get shot from every single direction possibly here. So just to keep in mind for that team who is going to be playing that one up top. But fortunately for teams who do have the cat, do get the early read in the zone. And Crazy Raccoon already dealing with some problems here. And no, there's going to be shooting just in case. And this is actually the bodies of Meteor, who attempted to run into Crazy Raccoon, but unfortunately, I think that's the last team, or one of the last teams that you really want to run into, especially with how on fire Justna is for the past few match days. And they're just going to go back with some good old crafting, trying to get those attachments, trying to get those shield bats. I mean, he's already 2-8, so he's already in a really good spot at this very moment. So is Crazy Raccoon, who is holding that third at this very moment. As we do take a look at the map, Moze starting to file on in, and Vortex Wolf are deciding to rotate early. A bit of deja vu coming in from them, actually, as they run into HAO possibly going into this one. So Vortex Wolf gonna probably be playing a more careful approach when they start walking in, going in towards that round 3 circle. But Enter Force 36, already seeing someone climbing up in that mountainside, and I think it is going to be the Satoshi Sparks attempting to rotate into Checkpoint, and Checkpoint is available at the moment, so they can just go right up in that POI, no problem. They're not going to get shot at. I think the biggest threat that is around them at the very moment is going to be Kinotrope and or Moze. Whoever does decide to go take a detour in Checkpoint, maybe to get that additional 3. Yeah, maybe to get that additional 3 KP, but Moze has to worry about Kinotrope, who is actually encroaching right behind them, so don't want to pull the trigger just yet, but Moze, oh, I think the timing actually was correct from their side, so there's going to be rotating out, no problem. But speaking of rotating, E36 decided to go the long way around because they do know the Satoshi Sparks are still staying right on top of Checkpoint, crafting those batteries, and they're just trying to slip on by without any sound. But it is going to be a difficult task. Or I think with the way that their body language is suggesting, actually, it might actually be them attempting to fight the Satoshi Sparks. If they can find them in the low ground here, could be a fight started very, very soon, but we are going to see the drop. Ooh, it's a bow check. That's going to be brutal from far away, plus the flatline as well. So Enter Force 36 going to be one of those teams who is going to be a threat at range. Don't want to be seeing that bow check or any of its arrows flying towards you, that is for sure. And the benefit of having a Bloodhound, you can clear these tunnels no problem, but do they know that there has been a team in this specific spot, actually, so they really don't want to run into that. I think the clues were already there from the Bloodhound passive, and Kinotrope and Vortex Wolf was in that spot for a while, but I think they were just trying to see if they can find some position, maybe via the Checkpoint side, but I think they know that maybe one of the teams actually holding the the choke point on the top of the hill near Checkpoint. So Satoshi Sparks actually going in towards that said choke point as we do lock on in on SBI, who's trying to make their way in the mill. Moze is also in the general area, so maybe if SBI can get the first move here on towards Moze, who is not a slouch of a team whatsoever, maybe they can get a really good spot. Maybe they can get a good walk in going in towards round 3, as the zone is not going to go in the way of the mill. But teams are already starting to fly in towards that middle side of that God Rock. And, I mean, play outside, they're still literally playing on the top of that God Rock at this very moment. And SBI Esports could have an open angle to it, but no, they decided to watch their backside instead. I think they're still worried about possibly either E36 or Kinotrope going the long way and go for a big flank. I mean, if I was Moze here, I would be happy if SBI Esports actually gets fought first, because an opportunity to go for a third party could get up to 5 KP, possibly, if the rotations are really, really in their way. And E36, I think they're starting to find their way in the mill as well. So who are they going to fight first? Are they going to be fighting Moze, or are they going to be fighting SBI? Going to be a bit of luck, possibly, going in towards who fights first here in the mill side. Moze is just watching over the hill just in case if there's any cheeky team that does want to roll up in towards their backside, but they do have the building that is within that zone, so SBI is going to have to move forward either way, and E36 deciding to get the small building instead. So I think E36 is also looking for a timing here to try and see if they can put Moze in a very uncomfortable position, and Moze is actually going to be the one moving first, going in towards that rock instead, and they leave the mill in its entirety. So SBI Esports, they got the spot, they got the building, and I think the Satoshi Sparks is actually looking for the bigger fish here. Yeah, they're going to try to see if they can get up that God Rock, but it is going to be a bit difficult. No horizon. That means you don't have that gravity lift to help you get back or get up all the way into that rock, and they're getting just shot from the right side. Absolute damage here, and I think that is one of the teams that is within the zone already. Probably play outside, looking to get some angles here in the God Rock. O2 Esports also in the vicinity. HAO known to have those snipers, especially at this point of the game, knowing that one of their members did have a longbow in that last game. So don't want to peek around the corner when they do have those snipers. And the Satoshi Sparks, they actually make it to the God Rock, but do they realize that POS could be also in that same rock as well? Yeah, they're just going to be chilling here for now. E36. Oh, they spot SBI, I think, over the hill, but Mo's actually decided to go back into the mill instead. I mean, I think they should have stayed there in the first place, not going to lie. But I think they wanted to go, just like I said, for the bigger fish. Just like this top spot here where POS is standing at this very moment. And Riddle Order in a really good spot as well. They do have some cover coming in from the front side, so they're not going to be bothered by the team that is in the broken armory at this very moment. And they're just going to stay here. They're just going to act like... Yeah, they're just going to act like rocks, basically. They're not going to do nothing in this low ground. Just going to wait for that perfect timing, possibly, to take out, play outside in this top rock. Wait to see if they can have that 1 second where one of these players are probably low on HP, probably trying to pop a bat in the background, but instead there could be a possible flank incoming here. But SBI Esports now starting to poke. I think they realize Mose is in the same building, and I think they have to fight Mose, but they're also thinking at the same time. E36 looking over the hill, possibly could be looking to get all of the members, not just Mose, but also SBI off of the south side, actually. Here comes the push. There it is. Mikey almost cracked off of that first clip. They do have the Digi threats in order to help with the smoke plays, but they do have the Bloodhound as well with a permanent Digi threat in his eyes. But oh, Bangalore goes down. Mikey could be right up next. Good shots from the side of E36. And the Beast of the Hunt is going to be extended for a bit because of that 30-30 shot. Army trying to pump a bat as much as possible. He does have the scan in 18 seconds, doesn't have the information, but he does have that golden backpack. He does have that golden res, rather. And Ganryu is actually going to be right back up in terms of that HP. But Illy, E36 also suffering some casualties here on the inside of the mill. But E36, I think they feel it more than anyone here. Oh, they don't have the best red health at the moment. Probably has to pop some med kits before they run into the zone. SBI kind of open from that Godrock side. So as soon as Play Outside actually looks over that hill, they have an opportunity to score some KP on one of the Mo's members here. But E36, they're going to pop that cat wall and is going to attempt to run in. But there's also teams coming in from the left side starting to shoot at this possible rotation that E36 is doing. And it's actually SBI who actually is a bit... they're actually kind of lagging behind this rotation, and they could actually pay for it as Moses actually starting to look up the hill. These 30-30s are going to be so important in order to take out the team. Still trying to find a spot in E36, holding the low ground and the high ground at the same time. But I think Synapse has finally dropped off here. Or rather, I think Aimbot finally dropped off. I think he's done farming with the 30-30, but Mo's only one member left alive, and it is only Army and SBI Esports eliminated in that process. E36 still trying to play low ground here. Good shots coming in from Synap, but Illy burning from that thermite. Armor swap gonna go through, but Mo's attempting to go in harder. E36 only has one member left alive, and it is only Illy pumping a bat in the corner. Mo's looking to go for the finish, but they cannot find the last member, so they're just gonna get Synap instead. But they're still looking for the last one. They want the placing to not go in the way of E36. Mo's, they are aware that someone is in that general area, but that entire mill scenario actually ended up with Mo's coming out on top. They were the first team to rotate into that Godrock, possibly went back into mill, fought SBI, and fought E36 out of that position. And now E36, SBI is already out, and it is only Illy left on that lonesome conduit. Granted that the conduit can survive for a really, really long time with that temp shields. E36, I don't think they're going to let it pass by, but they're planning to go evac tower into the zone, possibly. Don't want to be caught behind this round 4 circle, but that has a different idea. Are they just going to smoke instead and look for a rotation? And I think that's exactly what they're going to do here as POS. I think they kind of slacked off a bit watching that flank, so they could lose this position really quickly. Realize is also starting to roll up to the plate. And Illy fully healed, and Illy gonna have to walk it into the zone instead. Realize POS and Mo's gonna start to poke each other out of their positions as Kokolobi Gaming gonna be the first one out of this round 4 closing, as 14 squads are gonna be left. Anaya, last one left alive on that Revenant, having to pop that Forged Shadows. Great shot from the flatline though. This Rat is doing in some work. This Rat is doing in some damage, but the Rat cannot get out in time despite the Q. Tech Wing's gonna get eliminated. And Northreption looking to see if they can farm a bit more damage in and around the corner. Retech is out. E36 is out. Razy going a bit crazy with that SMG, but Northreption maybe one member too low in this situation. Jung-hee gonna go down. Justna, no red health to be found whatsoever. Kuma with the spray on that car, and I think this is just gonna be the finish of the lone Bangalore, unless he can slip by maybe with the passive, and for now he does survive, but Justna goes 6 feet under after Pinoter with that 30-30 does get that last one. And now we do see a flyby. 3 teams in the same general area play outside. Got off the God Rock as it is already consumed by the zone, and the 30-30 shots are now starting to fly. They're now starting to sing. Mo's getting eliminated by Realize. Realize holding that low ground really well, actually. As POS still kind of struggling. I think maybe it's a misread in the zone. And now they're the ones stuck outside of their position. It's actually going to end near the bridge. So I think the team that's going to benefit the most from that is actually HAO, is already occupying it. Plus, they do have the Watson, so those fences are giving them a hard time. But Schnick, the last player left alive for the side of the Satuchi Sparks. I mean, top 7 finish, that's already impressive from a Rat. But can really go for more here if HAO can actually help this man from his position, actually clear out some of the teams rotating from the right side. He can possibly get 3rd and get his team that much needed placement points. But here comes the round 5 closing incoming, and chaos will now ensue. Oh, Pinoter from Fennel. Great shots from the 30-30, and that's going to be Riddle Order eliminated from the low ground. Fennel, great shots here from the 30-30 from Pinoter, and another one down. These marksman weapons are doing in work, and Schnick might be the next one down for the squad. Not too bad for the Satuchi Sparks. 4th place for a Rat, and now we only have 3 teams left alive. 3 complete teams, actually, left alive in this final zone. It's not going to draw in towards the bridge. Instead, it's going to pull slightly more south than they expected. And HAO already dealing with some shots from the side of O2 Esports, looking to see if they can clear the underside of the bridge first before they can turn around and go for the fight. But no, HAO doing a really good job just playing within their means, within their fences. Don't want to overextend, don't want to go for something that is too risky. HAO instead, they peek out at the right time, in and around the corner, in the safety of their own bridge. And they got the generator on their side as well. HAO need to get a quick reset as fast as possible. But Pinoter does have that Rolling Thunder. It's not going to matter in this situation. EMP, so many numbers on screen. Oh my word, the damage is real. Momon cannot survive that spray. The EMP plus the nades, plus everything thrown at them. But HAO instead, they actually turn it around. And all of that holding was worth it. The bridge was the one that saves them. And oh my word, what we thought was just going to be a dead team is actually the one that survives.
just wish he knew. I just wish he knew.
And there we go. That is the second game of the day already concluded for the ALGS APAC North Pro League. HAO, of course, leading the day, of course, with 33. But goddamn, they actually really want to start already here for game 3, as I already heard the start in the background at this very moment. And the teams are ready and roaring to go. They're just like, yeah, let's just start it up ASAP here. But you can't blame them, honestly. I mean, some of the teams really want to carry momentum from that last game. I think HAO has so much momentum from that prior Stormpoint game, of course, with them getting 10 kills plus the win. So that's 12 points. So that's 22 points gained from their side in order to bolster their spot in towards the leaderboard. They had a really good placing going in towards that last game as well. So that means they're going to be probably sealing off first place for now. But there is still teams looking to see if they can play catch up in this very situation. Maybe Chemotroph going to try and see if they can crawl on in towards this first place once again. However, it is a bit of a struggle going into the round 4 and 5 scenarios, especially for the teams who love to play edge in this situation. Mostly, it's been the teams that do stay in the zone, that do go for those early rotates, that have been rewarded very handsomely here, such as the case here for the side of HAO. But gonna see the same old drops in and around the map, of course, doing a bit of looting, doing possibly a bit of shooting very, very soon, as the rotates could be coming in very, very early, but it kind of depends on where the circle is gonna go, of course. But yeah, you're just gonna see some looting. Probably Area 310 gonna be enjoying this one, as this is one of those spots, Launchpad, where it is a bit sparse in terms of that loot, but it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what they can come out of in that very moment. But we're gonna take a look at the contests, which is gonna be 0, of course. I think the earliest fights that we can ask for, as I finally do get that small information within the circle. Probably going to be Stormcatcher running into Command. Thunder possibly running into Stormcatcher as well. Moze And Kinotrope probably gonna try and see if either Kinotrope is gonna go hard left here and just go for the Satuchi Sparks instead, or they could also go through the mountain in a safer route and possibly go into a Cascade Falls that does not have any member, as I think Kokolobi is going to try to see if they can rotate early as well. But we're already seeing some teams already posted up going in towards the bottom right side of the map. And I think it could be another devastated coast pull. So, yeah, for the teams that are currently in the north side, I think they're probably pressing the panic button at this very moment. Try to go as south as possible here, as the spots are going to be very limited if it is that devastated coast pull once again. So, yeah, just going to see some teams filing on in towards the zone itself. Riddle Order, of course, a bit lacking in terms of the armor, but in terms of the guns, they are going to be a-okay. But have to be careful around this area, especially because Northeption also in the pylon at this very moment, and judging from the loot that they already got some really good stuff. But the problem is they're also getting absolutely contested here. But who is going to be the one actually trying to see if they can take them out? But before that, realize Bashoy in the background already taken out, and it's actually Area 310 looking to see if they can clear Northeption. But no. It is just going to be them possibly occupying the high ground once again. Brittle Order kind of eating some damage here. But Area 310, I think they're looking for the spot more than the kills at this very moment, forcing Northeption in this Y building. And Area 310, oh, they're still looking for it though. They are still looking for it. They're looking to get some information from the bottom side of this building. Try to see if they can hear some steps. Who is going to be separated from their squad? Yuka Perodator at this very moment does not have the armor, but they do have the temp shields just in case that they do want to pop those. Actually, they don't. So, gonna have to pump those 2 cells. Maybe just trying to see if he can gain information first. Look for it, where the Area 310 boys are actually playing in this underground, and maybe enact accordingly. Because just like I said, the thing is about Apac North, they're very selfish when it comes to their positions. They don't want teams playing on their underside nor at the top. And we are going to take a look once again at the map. Yep, teams are already starting to file on in. Mo's going to be a bit late on the rotation as per usual. Satuchi Spark still staying around command center, making sure it is clear from their side. And it's actually HAO looking to see if they can get into the broken armory. Watagashi on that Watson, so those fences are going to be set up real quick. But going to be 5CG looking to get some info with that crypto, so they really have to worry about their north side more than anything, I think, as, I mean, Libel is also in the background. HAO, Riddle Order. Yeah, everyone is really occupying that one building in the middle, HQ here. But, yeah, Riddle holding the middle side, and it's actually O2 Esports rolling up to possibly the position of Northeption. But do they know that there's also another team holding this low ground? And they're going to hold the boxes for now, but I don't think this spot is going to be safe, as drop-downs possibly could happen, but they do have the temporary solace of that generator for now. And yeah, just going to be teams sharing at this very moment. Dogma looking to see if he can gain some space for his team, as Crazy Raccoon slowly starting to clear some of these spots in order to get a bit deeper within this zone. And not just here in Echo HQ. And look at the teams. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 squads in the same general area. And Kinotrope instead is just going to fly on out from the side of Pylon. Problem is, there is no spots available here in Echo HQ. So where are they going to land? Possibly on towards the right side. No, you can't go low ground here, Miyake. Yep. Okay, I think this is one of the spots that you can actually play, but there is a dude right at the door, and that is Taida here to greet Kinotrope Gaming. Welcome to Echo HQ. Miyake turned into a death box. And Arufa trying to get that banner via the crypto drone, but it is instantly destroyed. So this might have to be a physical operation instead of the bot trying to get it. Oh no, they actually get it. Oh, that was actually another crypto drone from another squad. So Kenotrope, they do get Mia K back. And because of that update, does get that armor back as well. But the problem is the meds are going to be a bit thin from the side of Kenotrope, who is holding this wall at this very moment. Not much they can do at this time. Just a bit of harassment coming in from the backside. Lemon is actually going to fall in the hands of Northampton. In Area 310, they're starting to get cleared here in Northampton. This is where the selfishness comes in from the Apac North. They don't want teams playing under them, and this is step one for the Northampton taking over Echo HQ. But they might have to clear Kenotrope on this left side wall very, very soon, as they are another team that they have to worry about. O2 Esports, thanks to what the Northampton actually did, they get the entire underground of Echo HQ, so they have a temporary spot for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if Northampton actually swings one more time in towards the bottom side just to do another clear. And look at the HP bars already going all the way down. I think Meteor and Fennel are running into each other in this low ground, but no one is owning it at this very moment. It's still shared in between two squads. And O2 Esports getting some damage in. Pinoter is already going to eat the dirt because of that EVA 8. Bit of a reset going on here for the side of Meteor. Do have those rampart walls to actually work with here, so it's actually Kurotan setting up those walls to their benefit, and Dogma, really good shots in the background. Snap actually having a Kraber. So 17 squads left. Meteor are still holding the stair side. Don't want to let it go just yet. There is still Momon in the low ground. Dogma down to 1 HP, having to be careful. Arcstar is going to be flung. And Meteor, do they know about this? I think Meteor is going to look to swing towards this left side. Maybe try and finish Momon, who's just staying in the corner this entire time. But Nemu getting absolutely shot. And they finally get Pinoter in the corner. Bubble has been used, and that means they have to be careful from the top side. Could be a team looking over the hill. But it's already KP gained from the side of Meteor. They already got the points they wanted, but they didn't get the loot that they did. So they don't have any, or they don't have as much bats or as much cells as they hoped for going into that fight. 17 squads left, and the fights do stop temporarily. There's a bit of poking going on from most of the teams with their 30-30s. Not much in terms of full sends just yet. As we take a look-see here in towards Echo HQ, which is already occupied by almost every single team in the lobby, with the exception of TIE, Satoshi Sparks, Moze, and Vortex Wolf. And SBI also looking to see if they can gain some spot, or they can gain some space within the zone. But just like I said, it could be deja vu. E36 actually holding them out. First met them in the mill, and now they are meeting them in front of the zone instead. E36, aimbot with some good shots on that charge rifle. And we know how much damage this gun can actually do, and paired up with the Havoc, actually could be doing a lot of damage, but they have to be careful. Have to be careful about when and where to fight here, because if they go a bit too early, it's going to be bad news bears for their side. But ILY already... Actually, they already got one down going. Are they going to go for the finish? Not just yet. Synap does get Mikey, and I think this is actually SBI Esports at E36 once again. Actually winning the fight this time against SBI Esports. The last time that these two actually met, the fight was so delayed here in Mill because E36 was actually the late one to the party. And that entire time, they had no idea what was happening. But thank God this time, Moses on the other side of the map and not able to disrupt this E36 fight. But still a team in towards Pylon. Satoshi Sparks probably have to rotate soon, as they do see the circle is not in their way. Fennel still outside of the zone, but I think that bit of risk is actually just to get Pinoter right back up. Does get that purple armor right back. Possibly the 30-30. But where is the rotation going to go? Oh, they do have the Trident to work with, but I don't think they're going to use it. That's going to cause so much noise, so some of the teams are actually going to start to look in towards their backside once they hear this very, very loud Trident start to pop off. But Crazy Raccoon, I don't think they're minding that there is a team coming in from their backside. Evac Tower going to be popped here for Fennel just to get into safety. Possibly playing that low ground as long as Crazy Raccoon doesn't really disturb their peace. But no, they're going for the other low ground instead, possibly. But no, Pinoter, he doesn't realize that this one's already occupied. Actually, Riddle shooting him out of the air. Melts Zera with a really well-placed triple take shot. And now we see Crazy Raccoon holding this high ground. And I was actually worried about this rotation coming in from Fennel because there's also Meteor looking over the hill, and they have the Rampart to work with as well. Plenty of damage could be gained. Kuraton holding the stairs. So much value gained from this wall. But playing the stairs, that means a Conduit ultimate is not going to be that useful. They can just clear it on out. Just making sure that every single one is going to be gone in order to not get dealt damage as soon as they try to get right back up. But Riddle Order doing a great job just making sure these walls are not as playable as they were. But still, a bit of survival games coming in here from Fennel as Meteor looking over the hill. It's actually Enter Force 36. Synap with a Kraber, taking down one of the Satuchi Sparks members and only has a singular bullet. Can he hit this last one, though?
The enemy's far off.
Enemy spotted. Over
It's gonna be tough. Catwall already popped. Ooh, bit of scope action coming in. Might have to go for the 10x option here. Can he get the headshot? Waiting for the patience. Oh, but the damage from the round 3 closing, maybe it got a bit too greedy, but Synap gonna be a-okay. Not a problem, just inching into the zone. But Enter Force 36 on the other side of this mountain might have to pop an evac here, which they do. Iron, though, down to 1 HP. Does have that 10 shields, very clutch from this Conduit, and the Satuchi Sparks eat the ground. 14 squads left, an evac tower available here for the side of TIE. So they could get a free rotation over this one, but the problem is spots are limited within Echo HQ. So where are they going to land? Possibly in the roof where Riddle Order is actually playing, or possibly one of the low ground spots, which is already occupied actually by the side of Fennel. There's also Kokolobi Gaming playing the side wall instead. Maybe he's looking to clear Meteor in towards this bottom side, but there could be also playing the underground here. So, could be either way, but I think the best spot at this very moment is being held by Riddle Order. And no one has contested them for this spot just yet. Just a bit of damage all around, making sure that they get full use of these temp shields. And I think they're just enjoying their time within the Echo HQ building. 277 before a red is available here for Meltzera, and that's the man you want to have that extra 50 armor with. And still, TIE decided to play this one really slow, and they do finally pop the evac tower in the background, so they're just gonna fly over the hill. Vortex Wolf still deciding to play a bit of edge here, is going to pop their own evac tower. So there's going to be a lot of teams flying in from the side, from the north. But where are they going to land? That is the true question. Vortex Wolf, I think they have found themselves possibly a temporary wall that they can play into. Catwall is going to be popped there in order to get them a bit more safety. But TIE going to land in the exact same spot, and Mose got the freebie here on Infamous instead. Unfortunate here for the side of TIE, but that's just a circumstance if you do rotate from the hill with zero information. But speaking of info, Mose getting all of these numbers on their screen. That is doing so much damage with the Prowler. The burst is absolutely real, and Vortex Wolf is going to go down in 13th. Mose now holding the underside of this staircase. Does have a really good spot, but oh, someone gets absolutely murked out of nowhere. Synap. Wait, he saved that one bullet from that Kraber just for that one shot to disrupt this team in the low ground, possibly delaying their rotation, but it might just be an instant res. Bit of delay ongoing. A lot of ults are being thrown. Justna's already down. Yukio with a very nice shot, but I think that catwall is just there for show. You're going to go for a res very, very soon. And E36 looking to move on in as well, but they gotta chill out. They already got it down earlier from that Kraber shot coming in from Synap, but what is Synap running at this very moment? Might have to switch out that Kraber possibly for a shotgun, but here comes the swing. Illy getting absolutely murked, and Mose with the 3-man swing did not even let Illy breathe whatsoever. Aimbot already on 1 HP in the armor, and he goes for the full swing. Good shots on the Havoc, but can he get the full kill? Yes, he can! Really good fights here. Back and forth from Mose and E36, but E36 win it in the end. And they finally got the low ground to themselves, and they could just get the full reset. So many death boxes in and around them, so they're going to be looted up, kitted up, going into this final zone. But where are the other fights occurring? And Reject still looking to move up here. Realize that there is a rat in the background, just trying to play survival as much as possible, but that is the last person from the side of Fennel who was on the outside of the zone at one point. Kurihara gonna say goodbye and gonna have to deal with that 11th place with their squad at this very moment. And here comes the closing. Plenty of fences, plenty of these Jennies going on. Yuka looking to deal the damage on the team that is inside of Echo HQ, so they don't really disturb them. I think that's actually Kokolobi Gaming. But North Eption in the low ground at this very moment is trying to survive as much as possible. O2 Esports already out of the question, and just now might be right up next. He was the first one down for his team earlier, but couldn't get that final kill down, and Crazy Raccoon says goodbye to their spot as Reject Winity looking to see if they can gain more space, but unfortunately that might not even be true for towards their side. Karanpi gonna go down. It's only Obli left. Riddle Order, they know that it is only Obli left in the corner, but Obli cannot go in the low ground because North Eption is also watching, but instead North Eption possibly eating the round very, very soon. The spray, Taida going low ground. Can they rat? I don't think it is going to be a ratable spot. Meteor going to go for the finish on 2 members here on the side of North Eption. Obli suffering in the corner as that rat Sangjun is going to get taken down here by Melzera, so no reset whatsoever for their side. Oh, the zone is going to be so close. Meteor is in a really good spot. I think Meteor potentially be the team that can actually get away with this. 3 teams having to fight each other just to roll on forward here. And speaking of fights, Melzera already getting a Naya down with that triple take. But where is the rotation going to happen here for the side of Riddle Order? HAO, only Watagashi left alive. So many teams that did really well at the start of these first 2 games now only having Ras or a duo going into this final circle, and the smoke does come through here on the high ground. Reject Winity still deciding where to go here, and it is only Obli actually left. I keep forgetting that Reject only has that Horizon, that single skirmisher that they can work with. Melzera getting queued on. Melzera having no armor whatsoever. Nemu cannot turn around in time. PK shot to the face of Taida. Gets the swap. North Eption eliminated, down in 7th. Riddle Order, so many smokes in front of them, but they're just playing delay at this point. 1 minute, final round closing, and it gets smaller and smaller, and I think they're going to run in to the right side team first, and that is going to be Obli finally going down at 5th place. But Riddle, so patient with their ults. They still do have the left side high ground here to possibly farm one of the members left, and this is gonna be HAO. Watagashi's out in 4th. Riddle Order doing a bit of cleanup here, but just like I said, Meteor, they do have the best position. They do have the most cover out of any teams here, so I do think it is gonna be E36 versus Riddle Order to play for 2nd place potentially here. Aimbot eating the ground first. Synap, really good shots. It's a 1-for-1 so far. E36. First casualty for them. Illy trying to survive. Alternator shredding, trying to do as much damage as possible. Enter 436. Trying to see if they can at least get 2nd place here. And finally, here comes the 3rd party coming in from Meteor. And Meteor, just like I said, they got the win sealed as soon as they got that stairs position. Plenty of cover, plenty of room to work with, and they get the 3rd dub and the last dub for Stormpoint.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS APAC North Pro League Split 1. Game number 4 for today. Here is the scoreboard for the match day, of course. HAO up in 39th. Man, they've been living so much. They've just been thriving in Stormpoint at this very moment. Riddle Order coming in at 2nd place and Techwing at 3rd. So far, all of the teams that have been playing more zone more than anything, kind of enjoying their time, just holding it down. But we have a different map this time since we have already done 3 here in Stormpoint. Time to transition into World's Edge instead. So finally, we do have maybe, just maybe, a spicy contest here in APAC North because there is more than one team landing here in Countdown. So that is going to be Coco Lobby Gaming versus E36. And judging from their scrims, I think Coco Lobby got more confident to go for this contest, possibly, as E36, they're starting to... It's a bit of a roller coaster for them on some of these scrims. Sometimes they do really, really well. At times they do, you know, less than what we expect them to do, of course. But, of course, we are going to see the drops already incoming. Monument is occupied by Northception, of course, but Fragment is now occupied by Coco Lobby. I guess that's pretty much it for the early game action. That I'm sorry for laughing, but yeah, I mean, Fragment, I think Coco Lobby, they did see the map, of course. Everyone sees the drops beforehand before they do enter the game itself, and it seems like Coco Lobby forgo the countdown. Instead, they're going to give it to Enter Force 36. Well, to be fair, Synap has been playing out of his mind, so you could say Synap is kind of snapping in these games. So it's very nice performance coming in from him, especially from the Kraber that he picked up. I think 4 out of... Or, I'm trying to think how many did he hit. It's probably 10 out of the 12 bullets he actually hit, and he even saved one for that last fight, which kind of saved them some placements here. So E36, definitely a formidable fight. It's just that they really cannot go the distance here, especially on these round 4 to 5s. But yeah, I mean, they just got to work on surviving, possibly, as much as possible here. But, you know, having that countdown, I mean, you're going to have plenty of loot. Plus, what can Illy get from the drop? Oh, a golden hell. Oh my god, E36, you are getting blessed by the Lords of Loot at the moment. And they even spot the team in Countdown. Possibly can go for that fight. They've already looted up. I mean, Aimbot's already got a purple. Illy's already got... I mean, I think Aimbot is actually the one who picked up the gold helmet. It could be the Bangalore as well, honestly. But I think I'd rather have the scans at the moment rather than the smokes being more up often here. But here comes the fight coming in from E36. And for HAO, what can you do? You landed on one of the spots where it's so sparse in terms of the loot here. And that is just an easy spray. Illy is going to get lemon. Mitarashi is going to be right up next. And Area 310, it seems like your area is no more here in a landslide. And I think the last guy is already running for the hills at this point. You can see it in the background, but the charge rifle, Aimbot does get the scan. But can they get the finish? Yeah, I think Milim is just going to try to fight it out, but there is no fight to be fought here for the side of Area 310. So Enter Force 36 got a really good start here in Countdown, transitioned into Landslide very quickly, and they even got some additional Evo damage. So already a purple, a blue, possibly inching towards the purple here. Plus, they do have the Crafter as well. So they are going to be really, really kitted up going into this zone. But Enter Force 36, we're going to check them out later. Of course, we're going to go on into the POV of Vortex Wolf, who is currently fighting someone on towards the bridge side. Doing just a bit of poking at this very moment, and I think they're actually the ones chasing O2 Esports here going into the buildings, but I think they're just going to be holding it for now. Riddle Order could also disrupt this game plan that the Vortex Wolf squad does have at this very moment, but they do see the balloon in the background. Is there going to be any rotations? No, there isn't. Reject is actually in and around the corner of this hill. So Vortex Wolf, if they do decide to fight this one, they're going to have to fight it quick before Reject can go for the third party in the background, as Kokolobi does go down to CIE. But yeah, they're just going to pull the quick balloon out of there. Really good decision from the side of Vortex Wolf, because if they do fight in that spot, they are going to be a sandwich, and the meat of the sandwich is not the best position to be in, as they might actually land on Riddle Order here. So Vortex Wolf has to be careful on towards their underside, but they do go back to realize Bashoy. Just going to catwall on in, but they have to be careful in that area, because E36 is lurking, and they are looking to get some shots, but 2 shots from the charge rifle did not hit, unfortunately. But E36 has bigger problems to worry about, as Satuchi Sparks, I think, has already been spotted in the horizon here. But I don't think they're going to touch Landslide anytime soon, as we do see Circle pulling in towards the side of Epicenter. More north, more than anything, actually. So going to be very interesting for the teams who are kind of staying in towards the south side at this very moment. But I think the south has already been cleared, so everyone is looking to go up north instead, as Vortex Wolf got them out of the hill. But instead, surprise! Crazy Raccoon! They were in the building the entire time, and just like that, a magic trick in that conduit's health. I can make it disappear in an instant, just as said. And Sammy turned into a death box, unfortunately. And Vortex Wolf might be eating the dirt very, very soon, as this general area is surrounded, crawling, teeming with teams here. And Crazy Raccoon, with a surprise play on towards Sammy, got so much loot. They got the conduit down as well, so Vortex Wolf, it's a bit questionable whether or not they can go and live going in towards this late game. What a well-played scenario here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. An easy clear from their side. And we transition into the side of the Satoshi Sparks, who actually were fresh from that Skyhook lootage. But I think SBI is trying to gain some scraps for whatever is left here in Skyhook. But 3S having to be careful as well, as Realize Wishoy is in the same general area. Don't want to pull any fights just yet. Gotta check out what is surrounding you guys, and that is the benefit of having the Crypto and or that Bloodhound. But Ender Force 36 looking to enter this building, but I think Aimbot gonna have to scan this one first. Maybe not even. Doesn't have to scan. There's already someone on red health. But E36 decided to forgo the fight instead, despite Schnick being on 1 HP. There's gonna hold the top of the hill instead. So maybe looking for the bigger picture here, going in towards this zone. But maybe they do have the read of where the circle is going, as it is more north more than anything. And speaking of north, it's the north of north. Survey camp is where we are going to end up possibly. There is some spots in the tunnels as well. Could be taken by SBI if 3S is not careful and does not rotate in time. Their building is outside of the zone, and you don't want to play edge. Not in this spot, that is for sure. But Realize also looking to see if they can move outside of Epicenter here. Don't want to fall victim to HAO with how good that they've been playing so far. If you are a team playing that low ground against HAO, if they have full vision of your team, you are a dead man, because 5CG with that sniper, with that 30-30, with whatever he's holding, a longbow or whatever, he can really make your life a living hell at this very moment. But speaking of life of living hell, Realize Wishoy just attempting to rotate. Catwall's already popped. Gonna have to pop some of these meds as well. And Realize a team that's not really, or rather a squad which comp is not really made for the premise of rotations, really has to rely on that cat in order to gain at least some vision blocking here on one side. But Realize Wishoy, opportunity of a lifetime to maybe get more KP on towards the board. But they're not going to decide to jump down O2 Esports. I think they also realize that O2 Esports is in the bottom side here, but Realize already very, very close. And an opportunity here for the side of Play Outside in order to get this third party, in order to clear both of these teams. Maybe 2 birds, 1 stone type of situation here. And Realize they want this spot. Spray R9. That's a white armor. But Realize, nope, nope, nope. They just shoot one bullet and they're just like, maybe not. Maybe not just yet. I think they also realize that Realize Wishoy is also in towards the, or not Realize Wishoy, Play Outside is also at the top side of this very epicenter building. So it's really whoever pulls the trigger first could be the one losing on out in these situations. But it kind of depends on whether the shots hit or not. But we do take a look at the map panel. Still try to see if they can work into it. But Realize finally pulled the trigger. Go the green light in this fight. And the Catalyst instantly goes down in this situation. One down for the side of Realize. But such a hard time to push. This Conduit ultimate gaining so much value. So they're going to have to back up all the way here. And there we go. Got the reset going. I don't think O2 does want to bother going outside here as POS is still on the top side of their building. Looking to see if they can gain some free damage. But O2 also, maybe there is a team going in from the left side here. Reject could also pull the trigger. Moses also playing the high ground. But the Sheila is going to be popped out. So I think Realize they do want to stay here for at least a while. O2 Esports though, looking to see if they can just clear it, but the Sheila giving the other team a hard time. Oh, but O2 Esports finally pulled through. Kodaman, nice shots. Temp shields are going to be popped, and here comes Realize Wasoi, and instantly 2 players down for their side. But this is the opportunity for the side of Play Outside to drop on down and try to see if they can gain some scraps for whatever is left for this fight. And Realize Wasoi, I think they're just going to be trying to see if they can loot as fast as possible. POS not deciding to jump down, so they're not going to be selfish about this point. Instead, they're just going to stay at the top of the hill, play it safe as much as possible, I guess. But if they did get that right timing here on Realize Washoy while one of their players is down, I think that could have been a scenario where they could have jumped. But instead, it is going to be the push-in coming in from Fennel from the backside. The Edge team turns into a team that contests the top side instead. O2 Esports already taking one down possibly, but the top side from the side of Play Outside, the nades are gonna go through. Kurihara gets 2 with the ball, turns around. Oh my god, what a clear from Kurihara, the one-man wrecking machine with the Volt. And Fennel, they get the top side. Play Outside, they waited so long to make that right play, but Fennel makes it for them. And what a push from the side of Fennel, but the third party could still occur from the bottom side. Realize Washoy looking for the opportunity. Someone gets launched off of the top side. And oh my word, it's not actually Realize. It's actually Reject who is taking this top spot from the side of Fennel. Fennel worked so hard to get that spot, but they got third-partied. Oh no, it's a heartbreaker. And Reject Winity, just like in their name, winning this fight for the top side. That is just the nature of BRs, my friend. If you are not ready for every situation, then you are not going to be ready to play this game. That is for sure. Realize Washoy still in the bottom side. Reject now occupying the top side. And Crazy Raccoon taking that position where O2 Esports was initially, or Realize was initially. So it's going to be possibly a deja vu scenario here for Realize, as they're now going to have to fight Jusna and the boys who are outside of that building. But Northeption working in a bit of a rotation at this very moment. Kenotrope is at the top of the hill, so they do have to look over it. And I think that scan is actually going to reveal where Kenotrope is actually playing. And Miyake taking a bit of damage, taking a bit of zone as well, but they do still have the train tracks to work with here, and the fights finally do start. And Crazy Raccoon actually with the casualties this time. Jusna trying to fight as much as possible, but only hits the armor, not the red health, and Reject Winity gets a good fight going, but Realize taking their sweet time. They do have the walls, they do have the cat to block it off on towards the left side as well, but this is going to be a hard rotation here for both of the teams. One of them is going to grief the other here. And Crazy Raccoon looking to see if they can just clear as much as possible, but no, it's actually Crazy Raccoon already taken down. We are talking about Realize Washoy this time, and they run into Reject Winity, and Reject Winity, anything that they touch is just dying. And every single fight that they have been taking, they have just been winning. and could be right up next for then and there. But Tucci Sparks looking to capitalize on Meteor, who's already down and out at this very moment in the backside of Epicenter. But Tucci Sparks looking to rotate on towards the right side. They finally get into the zone. Does have some containers to work with here in terms of the cover. And it is going to be a bloodbath going into this final circle. I can already see it. No cover. It's only fisticuffs. No rocks to hide behind. Maybe a container. Maybe a rock. Maybe some icicles. But other than that, it is going to be quite the fight for whatever cover is left in this final spot. And still, a lot of holding going on at this very moment. Tech Wing, one of the top 5 teams here, looking to see if they can stretch that lead, possibly looking to go into top 1, but losing Anaya is not the best start for the side of Tech Wing. You do need that rev for that additional fight power. But they do have a good spot. They can just hold the backside of this beacon. It is going to close their way. It's more of the problem of the teams coming in from the low ground here. And Nibel might have to really work this Sentinel in order to stave off Reject from going on their side of the map. I think they're going to have to force Reject to go into the Northeption side, but instead Northeption is going to bring the fight to them, and they want to go in. They want to capitalize on this very wounded Reject Winity, and Reject Winity, despite all the fights you could touch, winning. You can't win against Northeption. They got the better position. Kinotrope is out in the background thanks to Tucci Sparks, but still, Reject trying to live as much as possible, maybe at least to get that top 8 finish, but nothing, no resistance just yet. Northeption instead gonna fight uphill. But Reject, wow, they're just still holding. They're still alive in this situation. They can even get Obli right back up, and Obli, thanks to that golden knock, is gonna get that additional health, getting right back up. Reset is gonna be a bit easier for the side of Reject instead. And the Satuchi Spark still at the top of the hill. Great spray, great shots here from Sangjun. Sangjun can go left here, and Satuchi Sparks already not having that bangle or no smokes to work with. So that's a little bit less rotational power going in towards their side. So they're going to really have to rely on Pinpin and that Catwall in order to get that rotation in, but that Catwall is only on 33%, so I don't think that's going to be available anytime soon. Pinpin possibly going to get targeted here, and SBI Esports with the angles, and they have every single angle on that car. Pinpin did not have any chance to live whatsoever there. As 4 squads left, 10 people left alive as Pinpin does finally die. Turned into a death box. And it is looking like a very, very spicy zone. As Mo's kind of holding the middle of it. Reject. Backside is being held by them. They're still waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in. They might not have the best spot, but at the moment, they got the best heart in all of these fights. SBI Esports just looking at the top side of this hill. I think SBI does have a good position. If Mo's and Reject having to run into each other first, this could be good from them, but look at the shots! Sangjun, once again, the master of the wingman, really making these teams cry right in front of him. Moses holding the best spot. No longer Reject Winity looking to roll on forward, but have to be careful. Sangjun biting off more than he can chew against SBI Esports. And now it's up to Obli. Now it's up to Karanpi. 3 versus 2 situation, definitely winnable for the side of Reject Winity. They do have the Watson, however, they don't have the generator. They're just gonna have to deal damage. It's all on the guns. It's all on the Prowler. Karampi gets Army. Reject Winity is out. SBI Esports looking to get the finish instead, and they do get the win. They hold it out at the edge of zone, and they get the dub for Game 4.
We have our Apex champions.
When I see you there, and my heart goes blind. When I see you there, and my heart goes blind.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS APAC North Pro League. My name is Sneak Frog. At this very moment, bringing you the action in this lobby. And yeah, we're gonna just gloss over the scoreboard here for a bit. It is still, I think it is Satoshi Sparks now coming in at the top side of the leaderboard initially, but we are going to know in just a bit, of course, as we jump in straight into the game very, very soon. Still the same old for most of the teams here. Let's see. Is there going to be any changes? I'm looking for possibly a Wraith. There is no Wraith. Unfortunate, honestly. But I don't think they need the Wraith at this very moment just yet. I don't think they need the grounded rotations. Valk is doing a pretty stellar job so far in some of these teams and saving some of these games, but I'm just going to go for the same old drops. Is Kokolobi going to go for the contest this time? Nope.
This is a good LZ. I say we land here.
Yeah, they're not going for it. Yeah, they are really trying to play it a bit more safe here. So Kokolobi Gaming gonna be at Fragment once again. So no contests for today's, or not today's, at least for A versus B. And this also happened actually here in Day 1, and it was definitely quite the show for the early game, or at least for the casters to try and talk through it, because everyone's just looting. Everyone is not shooting at all, but that's going to be fine. Everyone wants to play it safe. It's reasonable. It's the highest level of Apex Legends here in APAC North, and you don't want to make a wrong move happen. But yeah, it's the same old for everyone. SBI actually occupying a whole lot of Skyhook here. So SBI is going to be having a great time, and not just that, they get the pull as well. Mikey has to be careful, though, to not get caught by E36, Synap especially, as he is kind of soloing trials at this very moment. So if Mikey can get done in if he can get done with the PvEing and trials really early, he can just get out as fast as possible. Maybe they can occupy the middle dome of Skyhook, which is a pretty safe bet if you are guessing in one of these north side zones. But SBI already purple-blue for their side, so they're going to have a great time going into this late game. And we're just going to see some of the skyline here for the side of World's Edge, because, guys, to be honest, there's not much to look at. A whole lot of looting, a whole lot of scoping in, maybe some 30-30 shots gonna be firing in just a minute. There's gonna be a whole lot of teams running into each other, especially from the south side. I mean, there is Riddle Order possibly running into Just Now, who is in the tunnel in the landslide at the moment. So Crazy Raccoon maybe gonna get surprised in just a bit. Staging is also occupied. So Riddle Order gonna take their sweet time, maybe try and just gain some information, get some balloons going, try and see if they can get a safe path going into the zone. But there's already a fight occurring, actually. And North Eption finding themselves a fight up against HAO right in front of them, but nah, they're not. I think they even realize that they're not ready for this fight just yet. It is only Yuka Perodor on that blue. So they're just going to back off for now. Meds are not going to be a plenty for the side of North Eption as well. So they're going to look for just a better spot within the zone. But speaking of the zone, Realize with Shoy taking a bit of damage here in towards Countdown. But yeah, just going to be them running on in from the hills. Pin and the boys from the side of Satuchi Sparks also finding on in from the side of Lava Fisher. So I think Realize doesn't want to get involved at all. Instead, they're just going to take the cafeteria, making sure that they just wall up this building, making sure the reinforcements are going to be there. But, yeah, just going to be actually 4 or 5 squads still outside of the zone at this very moment. Make it for, once again, as Anaya and the boys have found themselves into Epicenter. But Moe's Reject still looking to see if they can get some spots in the zone. Kenotrope taking their sweet time here in Thermal Station, really looting this place dry, and you can't blame them, honestly. The loot is aplenty here in Thermal Station. And Play Outside still decided to be in Big Mod. So a lot of late rotators here from the side of the south. And Reject 02, Vortex Wolf, opportunity to maybe try and see if they can go for a bit of farmage going on. And yeah, Techwing can also block off Moe's here from the north side. So plenty of fights could be ongoing here outside of Skyhook, but Skyhook is already occupied by almost every single team with the exception of the ones outside of the dotted line. So a lot of poking going on in between the teams here in the building. So most of the buildings are still occupied. Roughly 4 are still unoccupied here. But I think this is not going to be weird to see still 20 teams left alive. But Area 310 already losing 2 members. Good shots here from Mitarashi. Can he do another miracle play? Can he save it for his team once again? But Area 310 just going to be fencing up. Mitarashi's going to be playing this one safe. Instead, he actually goes away. Going into the market, I think that's just a losing battle for him, and an unfortunate start for them, honestly. Area 310 got really deep in that last game, but SBI Esports is going to prevent them from going further, at least as a 3-man. So Mitarashi is just going to be occupying that marketplace instead. So, yeah, in every single team, once again, just opting in to get into Skyhook early. Moe's and Techwing could be running into each other very, very soon here in Survey Camp, so gonna have to play it very, very safe if I were them. But the third-party possibility is, I mean, 0 to none here. So if they do go for a full 3v3, it is just gonna be them, unless Vortex Wolf is gonna look over the hill and maybe try and see if they can run from their side. But Moe's does have the better position at the very moment here in Survey Camp. They are kind of holding the God Rocks in towards the north side of a Survey, but Yeah, no rotations coming in just yet. Mose is doing a lot of poking. G7 Scout. I have heard from some coaches that the G7 Scout is actually a bit underloved compared to the 3030. It does dish out a whole lot of damage if you do hit all of your shots with the G7. But Techwing just going to be running right back up the hill. No problem whatsoever. They got into the tunnel. Possibly got a really good spot, actually. But that tunnel's not going to be in that round 3 zone. So they're going to be staying there for a while, but have to be careful to take out Mose. Maybe they can actually try and wait for the circle a bit, and maybe Mose is going to go to them instead. But yeah, Mose is just going to take their sweet time, just looting in and around Survey Camp. They don't really have to rotate now. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 squads in Skyhook. And technically 12 because the side of Satuchi Sparks is in trials, but they can technically see over Skyhook at the moment. But Northception looking to gain a bit more space. They do get the survey beacon. They do have some idea of who's occupying what. Still a whole lot of napkins here in and around the map. So lots of armor still going unupgraded. Maybe not past enough crafters here. Ooh, I like the decision here from the side of Techwing. They're just going to rotate down towards the north side. Possibly in the train station. Train station is a pretty big spot to hold, honestly. So if you do get that spot, maybe you can walk it in with just a bit of edge play. But Taida eating that HE. Might be eating too. Frag grenade with Rice, maybe. Taida. Oh, is going to go down. Saku with some really good shots. And now they're starting to look over the edge. Razy's going to be right up next. Yuka Perodator, the last one left alive. And he's just trying to survive. Arc stars are going to start to fly. Yuka already cracked. But the generator is actually going to eat all of the nades that he threw. Unfortunate here for him. Riddle Order just looking over this hill while Saku is just trying to see if he can gain the kills. And Melzera finally gets the finish in towards Razy. They do destroy the generator. And Riddle Order, I think that's pretty much mission accomplished for them. They got the purple upgrade here on Saku. They got the purple upgrade here on Melzera. Yukio is the only one left with the white armor, but I think that's going to be fine considering that's your Watson. And, yep, the circle is going to pull slightly left. I'm trying to guess where it's going. Could go countdown, but I don't think that circle is going there. Could be the smack dab in the middle of the dome, honestly. No, it's actually going to lean in towards more trials more than anything. So, I mean, Satuchi Sparks, they do got a good position. Kenotrope could try to fight for the trial spot as well. Crazy Raccoon, nothing too crazy coming in from their side compared to what we saw in Epicenter earlier. To be fair, this is a Skyhook action. Honestly, buildings, windows, marksman rifles, a whole lot of 30-30 shots being flung across the map. But in terms of downs, not much really. More the focus on rotations here. And speaking of rotations, Techwing is now holding that top train station. So play outside. The zone is going to start to eat them alive here. And this is a really good position for Techwing to maybe close some of these kills out from the side of play outside here. But play outside going to opt in for the balloon instead. Where are they going to fly, though? I mean, there's so many buildings still here in Skyhook. There's at least 4-6 buildings that you can still occupy. Maybe not in the round 4 zone, but I would say that's just a good place to start things off for now. Dome is currently occupied here for the side of Meteor. So Techwing going to have a hard time coming in, but speaking of a hard time coming in, POS flying on in, but where are they going to go? Top of the building could be playable, but they have to be careful from the team that is occupying the dome. Meteor, if they do realize that play outside is playing this roof spot, they can get arced out of their corner and possibly forced to slip on by, but no, POS, they're seeing the bigger picture. I like this. They know that that roof is not safe considering that Meteor can just look over and poke them out, no problem.
Spotted an enemy over here.
Let's center ourselves here.
But they do have to be careful about TIE, though, who is kind of hot on their heels and play outside. Got a really good spot. Okay. I mean, this is the train tracks. You are in the dotted circle, so they're going to be safe for now. I think TIA could have wished they made this rotation earlier. So did TechWing. And Mo's going to fly on in. Fortunately, that building is unoccupied. Closest team is Meteor at this very moment in that dome, just like I said. Some of these teams are going to start to poke out of these windows. Oh, Crazy Raccoon already eliminated instantly? Oh, Crazy Raccoon, not the best showing from them so far. I mean, they got some really good fights, but in terms of placement, they're not really there. But HAO is also eliminated. And Satoshi Sparks, you're going to have to be aware here, Snick. It's all up to you whether or not you can get this first kill on any of the Kinotrope members who are possibly going to rope up into your spot here in Trials. But still a whole lot of holding going on. Kinotrope deciding not to fight. Instead, just coexist for now, possibly going in towards the north side. Oh no. Oh no, I can see the minimap already. Kinotrope could be in big trouble. POS is also in the same general area. But we're gonna go into the side of TechWing first. Anaya getting hit with the blade, of course. The robot does not get damaged by it, but is gonna be forced to leave his boy. But all of a sudden, Meteor from the left side. Lytle's gonna go down. Kuratan getting that last player left alive, and TechWing, just like I said, could have wished they rotate where POS is at the very moment, but SBI is also fighting for the spot as well as Kinotrope. The north side of this zone is going absolutely rabid. TIE getting the kill here on Alpha. That's a good start, but can they get the rest of the finishes here? R9 Spray is not going to be through. Kinotrope finally going to go down on the underside of this bridge. However, SBI Esports still have to worry about another team possibly coming in. Play outside is also eliminated. And SBI, turns out they have this entire north side spot to themselves. Satoshi Spark could have possibly tried to contest for it, but I don't think that's a very contestable spot considering the way that they have to rotate is pretty open. And now we start at the close, and this is actually the one that drags more top left more than anything. So I think there is that one card that you can occupy, but it is looking a bit rough. I think SBI has already got that. And a lot of teams running that crypto, looking to see if they can gain some information, maybe a spot going in towards that last zone. There is a building, one-fourth of a building that's being occupied here by the side of O2 Esports, and there is a half of a big building still unoccupied here. So still plenty of spots for the teams who are going to opt in for the early rotation here. Moses is going to start to move. It's going to be tough, though, for some of these teams to start to move in, especially for the side of Reject Winity. There is Riddle Order looking at their spot, and Riddle Order is also going to make a bit of noise. That means O2 is going to look in towards the south side. And O2, they can just stay in their building this entire time. So instead, Reject just going to fly on in instead. But I think this might not be the right decision coming in from their side as they just drop in straight into another squad. And it is going to be Riddle Order. Reject Winity getting absolutely melted on all sides. But now is the opportunity for the side of O2 Esports to go for the third party. Instead, it is going to be Vortex Wolf flying on in. And instead, they're just going to fight the team inside of the building. No freaking way. Vortex Wolf might have inadvertently saved Riddle Order's chances of being in this game. O2 Esports kind of getting blindsided by Vortex here, and Vortex now are the ones struggling to live in this situation. Kuma's got a really good spot on the top of the building, but having two of your boys already down, Enter Force 36 also occupying the same building, looking for the finishes on the team who is down at this very moment. Kokolobi's out, Meteor is out. And I think teams realize that this zone is not anywhere near they expected, that is for sure. Riddle Order kind of playing that low ground. There is still that team in their backside, which is O2 Esports. O2 Esports actually opting to rotate into the building where E36 is actually occupying at this very moment. So this is going to be a very interesting contest coming in from their side. Kuma is still occupying the top side of the building. Could maybe go for a third party. Fennel is eliminated in the background. But Kuma finally spotted in towards the top side. Armor is finally gone. Does have the spikes. The lucky armor swap. God loves you today, my friend, but how long can you live for this rat action? O2 Esports looking to loot some of the members that were already taken down initially from the side of Meteor. And man, everyone is taking their sweet time, but I just know that this round 5 circle is going to result in a absolute bloodbath of a fist fight from every single team. That is still on the south side. Vortex Wolf eliminated thanks to E36. O2 Esports starting to get pushed from the bottom side, but Illy, despite getting that last member, is going to be the first one down for his squad. Realize starting to move into this building, trying to destroy some of these fences. And is this going to be a good hold coming in from O2 Esports? They do got the fences, they do got the delay, but fortunately for the side of Realize, they do got the wall. The Eva 8 absolutely shredding and getting Coda Man down. Is this going to be enough for Realize to get this dub? No, 1 HP left on their conduit. Oh my god, who is this team? O2 Esports surviving as much as possible, just bobbing and weaving in between the conduit ultimate. And Codaman finally goes down. Sinak trying to survive, gets top 5 at least for his squad, and O2 Esports, they do get it. SBI gonna go down as well. E36, it is only gonna be aimbot for his squad. Riddle Order, who has been holding this low ground this entire time, finally reaping the rewards of being so patient. They get the KP here on aimbot, and Riddle unstoppable at this very moment. Mo's trying to push into their spot, but it is them going out undamaged. Mo's getting another one, and it is this top 2 in this round 5 circle, and it is going to end here instead. Riddle Order, good shots coming in from Yu-Gi-Oh! Can he get the finish with the 30-30? It seems like it's not the case. Satuchi Sparks were just watching, spectating this entire time, and they get the dub of game number 5.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS Apac North Pro League Split 1 day number 3 for the teams playing on in today. We're going to take a gander here on the matchday scoreboard. 55 points here for the Satuchi Sparks. Really lasting a while on these World's Edge games, and they've been really surviving. Not just that, going in at the right time in these situations. Riddle Order sealing off that second place. HAO going into that third despite not having the best game going into game number 5, but unfortunately for them, Motegashi did live for a while. And they actually, HAO got a whole lot of kills in this zone. Tech Wing as well, coming in from the north side, and Moe's coming in at number 5. E36 not too far behind though. So it's still a highly contested game from 5th place until 10th place. So still, teams could be fighting just to get the higher points at this very moment. 4th place still very doable for the side of Moe's. HAO not going to be too hard to catch up on, honestly. So still plenty of Apex to be played in today's games, and still this very, very last one, actually. I take it back. There's not much plenty of Apex going on. It's actually the last game of World Edge for A versus B. And the last chance for some of these teams to get some points on the board in order to get more points for the group stage. I think Satuchi Sparks in a really good spot at this very moment. And if they get another really good pull in towards their side, they are going to have a hell of a time going into this game. So same old picks for most of the teams. Not much in the terms of change. And I'm glad that Anaya, despite everything, still very loyal to that Revenant. But looky who is on that Loba on the side of O2 Esports. Zuyu first, opting in for that one. So no armors are going to be dropped anytime soon. If you do drop your armor accidentally, and it just so happens to be a red, camping Loba in that black market could yoink that away. So you got to be careful where you're dropping your things. There we go. Same old drops for every single team. Just a reminder for everyone, Countdown is no longer a contest, as it seems like Kokolobi Gaming would rather opt in for the Fragment side instead, since it has gone unoccupied for the past few games here in World's Edge. And yep, everyone is just going to be playing safe for now. And yep, not much. I think the closest thing we do have to a contest here is probably from the side of Vortex World. Play Outside is also in really close vicinity, but I think they'd rather prioritize the loot at the moment. I think Vortex Wolf is not going to go for a fight, knowing that O2 is also in the general area. And yep, just going to be a whole lot of looting going on. Maybe some action from the side of North Eption if they do decide to mosey on through Fragment here. So don't want to stray too far, just in case Kokolobi Gaming does catch one of them off guard, especially that Watson doesn't have that much movement option. And ooh, another North, actually top left pulling zone here. So more towards Countdown, less Skyhook and Trials this time. Lava Fisher also occupied by it. So I'm guessing either we are getting a hard pull in towards Lava Fisher, or we could go in towards No Name in the top side as well. Countdown can also be a candidate for that final circle. So a lot of options still for the teams. But once again, the Satoshi Sparks currently holding this first place. Another good zone pull for them, as they're just occupying Lava Fisher at the moment. And they got a really good spot to slide on into Countdown and occupy one of the 2 big spots on the front and on the back of the POI. So going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to fight for position here. Snick is already going on forward in order to get that position. North Eption, though, going to do a bit of running. It's not going to be too far of a run coming in from them, but they do have to be careful because E36 could look over the hill and, you know, try to catch this team who kind of has not the best armors at the moment going into this rotation. And HAO as well. So the classic zone teams rotating early. Not much a surprise here. But, ooh, something interesting could be happening here. In towards the side of where Satuchi Spark is actually occupying, because Realize Washoy is also in the general area. And these are the 2 teams that can hold down these buildings really, really well. But who is going to pull the trigger first between these two teams? I mean, one of the members on the side of Realize already has that purple. And they're going to look to go forward instead. I think Realize with Shoy wants to go for the fight. And already we're seeing an exchange from some of the teams here on the other side of the map. And it's actually a fight going in towards Lava Siphon instead. But yeah, I think we're just going to get off of this fight. We already know that Realize is not going to fight. That is for sure. They're just going to keep on holding on through. But Reject Winity is going to be that team fighting play outside, preventing them from going into Harvester for now. There was already an exchange of kills, but I think the reses were already underway.
I think we should go gondola for a run.
So they're going to play it slow. Play outside, taking the train. Hopefully Batage did not fall, so they're going to get into the other side of Lava Siphon and possibly get safe passage in towards the Fragment side if they can go through that mountain, but they do have to be careful about the presence of Vortex Wolf. And yeah, play outside. They're just going to go the safe route instead. They don't want to go for a fight, but the amount of teams who are already occupying Lava Siphon in some of Countdown is already increased. And instead of the south side of Countdown being occupied with the Satoshi Sparks, instead, it's actually occupied by Crazy Raccoon. So the side of 3S is instead going to hold the north side of a Lava Fisher here. So going to be interesting how the zone actually pans out. Could be another really good read for them, honestly. A little bit Crazy Raccoon trying to do a bit of poke. Maybe get some upgrades on these armors. That team that is going to be flying by is Meteor. But do they have any spots to fly on through, though? Yes, there is that little room that they can occupy here in Countdown, but yeah, I think they're going to be just hanging out there for a while. A boat check already here for Kuriton. So this white armor is not going to be for long, that's for sure. The blues are going to come out for the side of Meteor. And if Nemu does decide to go for just a cheeky swap with this Bangalore, they're going to have all blues going into this round 2 closing if he can hit some of these arrows. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon opting in to just play the passive side of things. Might as well use the windows while they're transparent. Making sure you don't get hit. Don't give any free damage to the enemies here.
Oh, we've got a bad guy. They're close.
But TIE is also in the general area.
That'd be a spike strip, dears.
Oh, that was an EMP? I didn't know. I was like, all right. It's all of a sudden the man got stunned, but apparently there was an EMP that flew by. But I mean, this is one of the less effective EMPs I've seen. That's for sure. So Countdown's just going to be a bit of a staring contest across the 3 bridges here for most of the teams. There is still a team in towards the north side in Skyhook, and that's going to be SBI. So Meteor has to be aware of their presence. So does TIE. I think it's less of a problem here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, as they're occupying more of the long side of things, and actually they've gotten off of the south side room of Countdown, so Meteor has the opportunity to close on in and get that very favorable position. As you can see, most of the low ground here, and Kinotrope might be in trouble as they're trying to go for the exact same play as well. But Harufa, really good start coming in from their side. But we're going to see O2 Esports already set up in the bottom side of Lava here. And look at the amount of teams in the general area. North Eption is here, HAO is here. All the zone teams that you do know and love is already set up and ready to go. HAO looking for some redemption after that last game. It wasn't the best placing from their side. However, they are still pretty high in the leaderboard, so they're going to try and see if they can get another good game in for this game number 6. Last opportunity for them to do so. As, yeah, we're just going to take a gander here at the map. Possibly Mose is still outside of zone. Vor is still outside of zone. Techwing right behind Play Outside here. Play Outside does have that little room that they can actually play on the left side of Countdown. So their only problem is going to be Kinotrope. Kinotrope has a decision to make. Do they take out POS and risk losing their spot to TIE in order to get that bit of safety, or are they just going to stay and let the zone play out itself. That's the decision that they have to make. Fennel still pretty behind in the rotations here. Reject could be the team that they run into. And Kenotrope, they do
Got an
get the
Evo shield
spot.
here. Level 3.
I guess they do get the spot. There it is. Bottom side. Plus, they do have a really good angle on play outside here.
It'd be a good idea to go there.
Damn. Oh, I was trying to see. Oh, 19 squads left. Did that mean Meteor just did a magic trick? And they just disappeared. Kenotrope, how did you guys do that? You guys are magicians, apparently. And, yeah, they just disappeared from the spot. Kenotrope just did a bit of magic trick. Making sure that that spot is theirs to keep. And we're going to see a lot of drone action here from the side of Northampton, making sure that they're clearing out every single spot, making sure that they're aware of every single team that is playing in and around Lava at this very moment. Oh, realize they do got the Sheila. Would have wished someone else would be, or rather not someone else. I mean, maybe a bit of a swap in armor could have been, possibly another blue, possibly another purple, but I think the objective here is to just make it as uncomfortable as possible here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They tried to go for a guy that is just flying in, but not working out in his favor. Man, but having two Sheilas makes you feel so powerful, though, especially with this type of building. The entire right side is already blocked off thanks to that door. But speaking of doors, there's targeting doors over and over again, making sure that they at least have opportunities to maybe fling an Arc Star in. This Sheila is so useful. Not letting any of the teams from the north of Lava at least breathe for a while. The unlimited bullets that you do have. O2 and HAO actually in very close proximity of each other here in Lava. Just staying next to each other at this very moment. Teams still not opting in for the rotation. Reject is still occupying half of Mirage Artois. Benel is on that bridge. Vortex Wolf could run into Fennel very soon, and I think they've already discovered each other here, but they're a bit too busy fighting Tech Wing. But I don't think that's the team that you want to fight. You do want to fight Fennel as much as possible, but Fennel kind of spotting out Vortex Wolf here. So, decision to make. Do you go for zone? Area 310 could kind of hold them out here, and I think Fennel is just going to go for the zone instead. There is that rock that they can play with. And that they do. They go in for the safe decision instead. They have the zone. Now they can just gatekeep anyone who's attempting to come in. So, opportunity for them to get play outside if they do go the long way round. Kenotrope is safe in their spot at the moment. Some more about whether or not they can get Vortex Wolf, possibly Reject Winity. And here comes the Loba action coming in. Oh, the benefit of that Loba, especially with how sparse these areas are in terms of that loot. Just getting some guarantees here. 2x already on the L-Star for the side of Synax, so he's going to be shredding, not just in close quarters, but also in distance as well. But taking a look-see at the minimap, E36 playing slightly edge here, but Illy's already occupying the northmost building here. And rotations are going to be underway. Tech Wing is going to look if they can just occupy the left side of Countdown. Kenotrope is now aware of their presence thanks to that Bloodhound scan. But they're not going to start the fight just yet. I don't think he started here. That's for sure. You do want to be fully resetted at this point, but the ultimate is going to be popped here for No Money Chi. And, oh, the quick rotations here. They go from right to left real quick. It is a lot more cover for their side, plus an easier rotation. Plus the circle as well could be of benefit as Vortex Wolf is going to eat the ground. in the background. Play outside is going to go down as well. This is what I was talking about. These teams are just going to run into each other in the zone and is going to eat the dirt very, very soon. But Keytrope, see if they can clear the left side, and they definitely can. They already got some damage in with the Thermites, with the nades that they already got. The gold spray going to go through Mia K. Easiest shots of his life. And I think that might just be goodbye for the side of TechWing, but they don't want to lose their spot. They're going to move back. TIE going to fight for it, but Kenotrope very aware of this situation. Now they're getting sandwiched by 2 teams here, and they have a decision to make. It's actually just 1 team. It's a kind of a 1-2 split between all 3 members here, and Kenotrope is just assuming that there is more than 1 team actually fighting for the spot. But Kenotrope, yep, they're just going to back off. Don't want to fully commit to this one just yet. TIE waiting for the perfect chance to strike. But Mo's also in the low ground, but that's running into the wrong stack, the wrong cover. Kenotrope now attempting to fight Fennel off of their position, and Fennel, I think they're just going to back it up. I think they know that TIE is also in the general area, so as soon as they start fighting, TIE going to roll up immediately from this ramp. And SBI Esports instead, they're just going to go into their side. Good spray. Oh, hits his head. The gravity lift actually messes him up here. Great shots from Sankryu from the right side. Good shots from the Bangalore. Triple take is going to shred. Infamous trying to pump a bat in the corner, but does go down to the Havoc. I think this might be the end of the side of TIE. SBI Esports, easy clear from their side, and that's going to make life a whole lot easier for Kenotrope, who's actually rotating out of their spot in Countdown instead, leaving TechWing to deal with SBI, or whatever is left of TechWing here. Bubble is going to go through. Rather, the evac tower is going to go through. Naya with the Sentinel charged up. Fortunately for him, building in front of him is not occupied, but that is not in the zone. HAO looking to move up as well as O2, but O2 is opting in for the underside instead. They do have safe passage within the zone, but Razy already spotting out one of the members of SBI and looking to go for the full finish. Oh, the shred from the Havoc, and they're really trying to clear these Conduit ultimates because they're doing so much damage to this team. And here comes Area 310 going in for the capitalization. Sangjun, the last one left alive, the master of the wingman. Can he make it happen? Oh, the one tap here on Milim! That's what you get for contesting us. That's what you get for trying to kill the Reject Winity squad, and all they do is win, 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 no matter what. Sangjun trying to get the finishes, trying to play in between the knockdown shields, but with a hip-fire shot on that wingman, ending the life of whoever is in front of them. And Fennel forced to play the lava side. Sankryu also playing that rat position as well. 14 squads left, still plenty of action going in and around the circle at this very moment. Most of it in towards Lava Siphon. Reject starts to run into Fennel as well. So many teams are running into each other here. The lack of space is already evident on the teams fighting. And look at O2 Esports. They're just yoinking all of the loot from the teams that worked hard for it. That's the power of that Loba. That's the power of that black market. Problem is, for the teams occupying Lava Siphon at the moment, the spot is not occupied by the zone. HAO is going to go out. Reject started to climb up from the hills. They do got a bit of a head glitch going on, so they're going to be safe for now as long as no one notices this team just hanging around in the side of the hills. But Crazy Raccoon looking to clear the backside. They do get that last shot here on Anaya, so that's going to be TechWing eliminated at 13. Kenotrope on the underside of the bridge. Mia K gets 2! Oh my word, Kenotrope with a single bow and arrow. They end the lives of Kokolobi Gaming. Mia K with an absolute heater of an arrow through the needle, through the thread. Razy kind of suffering here despite having the generator on the inside. Northeption losing their Watson this early, but the space is no longer available for anyone inside of this building. There's 4 teams occupying everything here, including this singular building. Everyone's trying to fight for it. Crazy Raccoon getting the spray in. Razy's finally going to go down. Aimbot's going to get Saku at the same time. Northeption's finally going to get eliminated, but still 1, 2, 3 squads contesting. Realize right behind, but E36 has already spotted Reject in the corner. and could be capitalizing on the team that the team that is out of position here. Kenotrope still playing this one really slow. They do have the low ground. Satoshi Sparks trying to play survival here. They do have at least a guaranteed top 5 finish, but can they seal off first place at least? Enter Force 36. Good spot from their side. I think, yeah, that's probably the best rock that you can ask for out of all the teams. Unfortunately for them, they are a duo, so they're going to have to hope that Satoshi Spark, Kenotrope, and Crazy Raccoon are going to fight each other here. And Crazy Raccoon, right, going to start the swing, occupying the second floor. So they do clear the inside of the building, do a bit of looting. Satoshi Sparks going to pop that wall immediately, so that's going to block the vision of E36, who's kind of occupying Godrock at this moment. Illy, though, willing to go and peek that cat ball. And the Satoshi Sparks, they're kind of stuck here as the final round circle closing is incoming. And here comes Crazy Raccoon coming in from the low ground. They've already cleared the inside, the outside, the under of this building, and they already got their spot secured. But Kenotrope possibly could have the Rolling Thunder up their sleeve. They could throw it really, really late here. Instead, they're going to just use the gravity lift to queue on up. Grief the side of Crazy Raccoon, and the Satoshi Sparks is going to suffer as well. Junkie, at least he gets one more KP before maybe eventually going down. Pin is on his own as well. E36 still just as complete as ever. Crazy Raccoon out in fourth. And possibly one more rat crawling everywhere here. Pin, the last one left alive, gets third for the Satoshi Spark, so that could have sealed first place for them, but it's up to E36 versus Kenotrope Gaming for the finish, and it seems like Miyake is tired of waiting. He just rolls on forward with the bolt, deals as much damage as possible. The triple take is going to take one, and Kenotrope, they take the last game of A versus B, and they shoot up the leaderboard thanks to that stellar performance here in Lava.
We have our Apex champions.
just wish he knew. I just wish he knew. like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Hello and welcome back to the second part of the doubleheader for today's ALGS games. We are watching Apac North Pro League, and yeah, we just had a very intense 6 games between groups A and B, and now we are going to move on to A versus C. So it's going to be a bit different this time in terms of the drops, the contests, everything when it comes to this game. It's going to be very interesting, especially a lot of fan favorites coming in from the side of Group C. Fnatic, Pulverex, and yeah, there is also Reignite in that order as well. So there's a lot of teams that are still looking to see if they can blast their way all the way up into the leaderboard. And currently the leaderboard is actually being occupied in the first place by Riddle Order, actually, all the way at 68 points. And another opportunity here for Riddle Order to further their lead in the scoreboard. So, you know, better be prepared to play well as of today. I mean, Fnatic, of course, being that oh-so-consistent team, always looking to see if they can really farm as much as possible when it comes to these kills. Not just that, they also are just a really good team when it comes to just living in general. So they're going to be the ones lasting a while in this game. So yeah, going to be very interesting to see how this is going to pan out. Northeption looking for some redemption as well. Especially, they didn't really have the best performance here in the A versus B, going all the way in number 14, and their best placement being a 7th place finish with 5 kills in round number 3. So not the best showing here so far from Northeption. At the same time, a bit of bad luck, honestly, from their side. And yeah, a whole lot of pulls not going their way, them getting founded out immediately by teams who are holding that current POI, such as the case in Skyhook earlier, where Northeption got spotted on the left side by the side of Riddle Order, and yeah, Riddle Order just took him out immediately. So, Groups A versus C, and let us see what is going to be occurring in this game. Number 1, we are going into Storm Point. Of course, to start things off, we are going to go 3 Storm Point, 3 World's Edge. And here we go. A bit of a contest here on the side of Cascade, actually. So, and that is going to be a very interesting watch to see. So, yeah, we're just going to see what the teams are picking. I keep forgetting that Realize likes to run that new castle here in Storm Point specifically. So that's going to be a very interesting thing to kind of spot out as soon as we do see the fly-ins. But we're going to see a contest, of course, in Cascade Falls between Kokolobi Gaming and X-Ties. So going to keep eyes on that. Rest of them, it is going to be just a peaceful time here in Storm Point. Currently, Cascade. There is still one spot unoccupied here, which is a Mountain Lift, and there is also the side of God Cave as well, right next to Cenote. But I think that Durokoi Impact is just probably going to cover that side as well as soon as they're done looting Cenote Cave here. But let's see, Kokolobi Gaming. Are we going to see a contest? Yes, I can see some red arrows in the minimap, so CCG is not alone in this spot. And let's see, can they get the loot ASAP? Oh, and it seems like the damage has already started here. Good shots from you. 66 getting Yudu down. That's the first member of the X-Tie already out. So 30-30 doing a whole lot of damage at the start of the game. And Kokolobi, they even get a free reset in the process. So is this going to be just X-Ties running away? Maybe try to get the banner later on, leave their boy to die here. And it is that Bangalore, unfortunately. So they're not going to have access to those smokes for a while. So Yudu and the boys are going to have to go somewhere else if they do want to loot safely. So Kokolobi Gaming looking a lot more confident going into the Storm Point this time. Maybe, you know, currently confident, especially they already played a set of 6 games here, so they're warmed all the way up for this game specifically. So at the moment, we are just gonna take a look at the minimap potentially here, and we are gonna have a slightly north pulling zone in towards the Fnatic side. So it is gonna pull near the wall. Cascade is going to be a hot spot as well. So CCG going to try and see if they can keep their spot here. But oh, this X-Tie is their attempt at recovering the banner of their teammate. But look who is sitting right on top of the banners. Kokolobi Gaming are not going to let this go. They're going to wait for the timer to run out. And there's a total of 30 seconds left. They really don't want them to get that recovery here for Yudu, and they do have the Bloodhound to scan things off, so they have all the information that they need for this X-Tie squad. But I think X-Tie is probably gonna have to concede this. Thermite gonna be thrown at the roof. Already another team rotating in the background. That's actually Reject that you can see in the vicinity, but they're just gonna ignore this entire fight here. And Cascade Falls and CCG. It's gonna be Jakusha going first in. Maya with a good shot on the PK. Actually hits 2 players with that PK. A 54 on one and 8 on the other. And the flatline, can it finish it off here? Sizu possibly saying goodbye to his teammate very, very soon as he is left to his own devices. Maya just going to kick the door down, but there's already someone on the other side. And Allies, ALGS is going to go down as well. First blood goes in the way of X-Ties as they are out in 20th. Good defense here from the side of Kokolobi Gaming on their POI. Even after that, camping the banner, not allowing this team to just get the res for free. I mean, since they already got a good spot in the zone, they don't really have to go anywhere at the moment. So basically, they are chilling at this very moment. And yeah, as we do see the teams start to file in towards more on the north side of the map, realize with Shoei having that trident, so they're going to be getting to their spot very, very quickly here. But the amount of spots that are already occupied here in the wall is actually pretty worrying for some of the teams coming in. Mo's taking their sweet time here in Lightning Rod, so maybe they're going to have to play the tunnel on the right side. There is that high ground on the back of wall, but Rig is going to be the first one there. So everyone's just going to take their respective buildings as Satoshi Sparks, first place in that last series, looking to see if they can extend their lead, at least increase their points going in towards the group stage. HAO in the same general area, and they're going to spot out the team in the bridge, and I think it's going to be a conceded effort to actually take them out, as it is bad for both of the teams trying to see if they can play it a lot more safe. But I think the team on the underside of the bridge, they're just going to be chilling for now. They have plenty of cover to work with. Watagashi doesn't want to go too far forward. There's a lot of teams here, and that's going to be Licks with the first blood. On that 30-30, barely being covered here. But can they get him out of danger? I think that might be the case. And they actually low-key saved the team on the bridge. And now they can slowly transition from left to right and maybe start some poking here on towards the side of the Satoshi Sparks. But Soul Archery getting Yuka Perodator at the start of the game. Northreption is already struggling to gain some points in this game. Already having one player down is not the sign of good times, especially here in the wall with how close the spaces actually are. One ape, and this could be the end for the side of Northreption. Just yet. I think they're more worried about the flank in the wall here more than anything. And oops, you have a generator, my friend. Those smokes are going to be killed in an instant, but I think he could have used those smokes, not going to lie, in the backside, but they do got the Watson fences to just delay them by just a bit. But slowly but surely, the round one closing is going to start to tick here, and lots of these teams are actually going to slowly file on in. Mo's actually kind of gotten a bit further. They went from Lightning into Stormcatcher. I think they might try to go for a late round 3 rotate here. But still, no one's really overextending for anything here on the side of the wall. At most, it is damage here on some of the members of Soul. But other than that, yeah, it's just pretty much safe picking for any of the teams that are willing to play safe. As we do see the Dosukoi side still looking to rotate from the side of Checkpoint. NSD still highly or really south of this spot. So it is going to be smack dab on the wall. It actually finishes right on the POI. So whoever is here is going to have a happy time, honestly. They're going to live as much as possible, especially the teams who already have buildings, already set up their Watson fences. Already got their reinforcements going. Area 310, though, this is going to be a bit of trouble for them to go downhill and try and see if they can gain a spot for themselves. They do not have any information. No scan characters whatsoever, so it's going to be up to their eyes whether or not it could betray them, or are they just going to go hard left here, maybe in the way of the tunnel. Moses also going towards that direction, so this could be an isolated fight, honestly, unless Pulverex wants to go for the third party, as they could back up a bit and try and see if they can gain some extra KP. Northampton, though, still in a very, very rough spot here near the wall. I think that's going to become very unplayable as soon as round 3 closing does come in, but Area 310 going to be safe for now. Actually, they do have a little space to just go directly down the mountain, but the problem is Reignite also in their spot. Mose is actually right behind 310 at this very moment, so probably looking for the hunt, but no, those catalyst spikes gonna be serving as an early warning. But does Mose, they notice that there is a team on the low ground, Area 310, just trying to play some hide and seek here. Don't want to expose their plans, but Mose, they do have a plan. They can catch them off guard from that backside position as they just popped the Rolling Thunder. They just played it safe instead. I think they saw a glimpse of Mose, and they're just like, yep, we are not going to deal with this at all. Let's just pop the ultimate from the Bangalore, clear them out. Make sure there is no problem coming in from the north side. But we are seeing Area 310, though, finally getting a spot within the zone. They do have the rock to work with. They stave off Mose successfully for the first time, but do they expect the second swing here from the side of Mose? And Reignite has perfect vision over this entire fight. If ever any of these fights slips from the rocks, they're going to have some free pot shots, and especially with the amount of 30-30s they have on this team, that can deal some heavy damage, and both of these teams will just creep each other for the sake of placement. But Reignite looking to see if they can get some poke in. 310 actually using the catwall to block off some of the vision here, and now Reignite is actually poking Mose this time. So Reignite could have inadvertently helped the fight against Mose. And Mose already one player down. That's out of the question. Lemon gonna go down, and Mose, they take them out swiftly, but this is the problem. They kind of griefed each other at this point because Reignite was just watching this entire time, and they go for the full commit. They go for the full loot. They go for the full kill. Mose, they do get the armor swap. RE45 shots are not gonna hit. Sudatakin, easy finish, and they just go back into their building. And just like that, they just got 3+ KP for the side of Rig. But here comes Northampton actually contesting the bridge side against this SOL team. So Sunny's going to go down first, and Northampton going to try to take this spot from this squad. So Soleil Gaming kind of stuck. Armor is not that high as well. They do have the temp shields, but the conduit is down. That means they cannot get the temp shield reset. So they're just going to be playing the knockdown shield for now. I don't know what direction they can go, honestly, as there's already so many teams crawling in the wall at this very moment. I think they wish they had a Watson here, but they're going to have to work with a Catalyst. Yeah, but still, no one is pulling the trigger just yet. I think at most, whoever is going to go first, actually, I think Northampton is probably going to try to fight tooth and nail for this bridge position, knowing how good and central it is to this final zone. But Fnatic, of course, always looking. It's always Licks, of course, looking for those free shots on any of these teams. But he has to be careful, though, just in case that any team does appear right behind him. And Reignite, already fresh from that earlier kill against two teams sliding down the mountain right behind them, did not live to tell the tale whatsoever. And we're going to take a look at Diaz, one of the few teams that are still in the zone, and they are taking a lot of damage, so they're going to have to pump these meds as much as possible. And they are still quite far from a safe spot in the zone, so, I mean, they can slide on in to the side of Fnatic and Rig, but I don't really recommend it. Honestly, that's just a free crossfire between the two teams. And these two teams are really, really willing to peek out every time, of course. So what is going to be the decision here? Diaz, they're going to land not the best landing position. Temp shields are already popped. That didn't hit Maker at all. So Maker alone with the Kraber does hit the nade. But Fnatic's going to be right on top of you. Nope, instead it's actually Reignite. Sudatakin Getting some pot shots in with that 30-30. Fnatic, though, is going to look over this hill and going to try to get this last player that is left alive, Maker. 10 seconds on those smokes. He does have the Kraber. Doesn't hit the first shot, though. Can he be the difference maker? He has gotten the warning shots in. Monzi looking to just get revived here. You have to be careful from the shots, though. They're going to have to slide down. The Conduit ultimates going to have to be dodged, and the Catalyst ult so clutch, and Fnatic going to put down their own Catalyst wall as well, maybe just to finish off this team. Could be a bit worth it. Fnatic starting to push in. Team's trying to play low ground here, and it didn't work out here for Diaz at all. A bad landing and a bad execution up against Fnatic, which is never allowed against this team. And we have 16 squads left. Still. Yeah, that's like 7 squads outside of the zone currently. Fnatic and Soleil holding the best positions. Northception can fight for Soleil's position at the moment, however, they're not choosing to do so. I think they're waiting for the other teams like Fnatic and Rig to start to fight each other. Even Satoshi Sparks, who are not really known for their early fights. They're really banking on them contesting HAO on the other side. So Soleil is going to be the waiting game for them here on the bridge side, since it does end near towards them. Hopefully they are praying that Northception doesn't disrupt their spot as well, because that would expose this entire game plan that they have. But gotta take a look-see at those Koi Impact, who's also trying to gain some space in, but they're getting kept at the moment by the side of Nebula Esports. And Nebula Esports not afraid to roll on forward, but they see the evac tower, so they already know what the game plan is for the side of Dosukoi Impact is. But that evac tower was actually just a bait to make Nebula Esports look, and they get the free cross in the process. Meanwhile, we take it back here to Fnatic. Yuka F, of all people, is gonna get that Kraber shot. Kanata is out. Absolute heater of a shot here, as expected from the man, the myth, the mechanical god, Yuka F. As Pulverex standing on top of their building, I think they have no idea what just happened. They heard the Kraber shot pop off, and someone just died. And unfortunately, it was Kanata. Reject starting to hit their shots as well in the background. Realize going to be the first victim of that wingman, the best friend of Sangjun here. Nebula Esports already losing a member in the process. Oh, Hunto gets launched across and doesn't even live to tell the tale. A nade, a bullet to the face. Satuki, thank you for that for the side of Fnatic. And not going to be good news for the side of Nebula Esports. Reignite still playing that edge building, but Dosukoi Impact starting to feel the pain of playing low ground. Melted is already out. Sandmaster, good shots. Still does not have armor. 1 HP, gonna have to pop a bat, and you're basically 1 breath away from dying here. Does not even get the bat off. Pulverex eliminated in the background. Dosukoi Impact might be up next. Satoshi Sparks somehow have a casualty, despite being one of those teams that really just likes to play inside, but it seems like their position's going to be exposed through the windows. But Dosukoi, they do have a chance to res one of their teammates. Could still be 2 complete in towards their side. Kokolobi Gaming having a bit of trouble as well. The Black Hole sucking them in. U66 already down. Satoshi Sparks eliminated actually in the hands of Reject. And Maya trying to keep them on top of this roof. Great 99 tag on that PK. That could have just saved them the spot actually on top of this building. They do get the scan going, but they need U66 to pop that battery immediately because they need to go for the reswing ASAP. 5 seconds left on this round closing, and it's not going to be too much space for the side of HAO to work with. Who is going to drop first, CCG or HAO, Dosukoi or Reject, Northception or Soleil? So many teams contesting for points that they should not be contesting, and here comes Kokolobi. They finally go for the drop, and 5CG is going to get first blood on Maya, but fortunately that was only the Bloodhound. U66 needs to get away, and thanks to the Bangalore passive, he does get away just in time. But look at the angles being caught here, but Obli gets absolutely domed by the Kraber. but Obli gets one in return here for 5CG. A nade after death, but Fnatic at this very moment, they have the best tools, they have the best guns. Yuka F keeps on farming. Reject is out in the open. Free farmage for the L-Star of Yuka F. 6 kills for the man himself on Bangalore, and he could go for 7 here if he spots the rat on the left side, and that he goes. HAO is out, Kokolobi is out. Fnatic on fire this game. Best spot, possibly the best position to win this. 8 squads left, so there's still plenty of bodies to go through. But Fnatic, so far, absolutely beaming. And even they're harassing the team right under them. They are not making it easy. So Lael eliminated off of that bridge position. Thanks to Reject. Widdity Reject starting to roll on forward as well. Reject, despite being a duo, losing Obli. They are at least going to secure themselves maybe a guaranteed 6th place spot, but another team is going to swing from the right side. Shots from the side of Sangjun on that wingman. Once again, the hip fire! Yukio is going to eat the ground! No freaking way! But Sangjun, did he get away in time? He can get the armor swap. Oh, he doesn't decide. You're mad, lad, for going for a Phoenix kit right then and now, but you know you cannot be disturbed from your side. No freaking way. Sangjun is the reason why Riddle Order couldn't go deeper in this game. They are out in 6th. And Northeption, can they take advantage of this situation? They are going to get some KP, but Saku is going to get credit for that kill. Karampi is out, however, they have the one person that can save this entire game. Sangjun on his own, and his trusty wingman on his side is going to decide to play the head glitch instead. Kanata getting absolutely beamed from the left. Sangjun starting to see if he can slide in. Gets to the boxes. Fnatic on the top side, though. Easy farming. Actually, Loki helping Sangjun. Maybe trying to win this fight, but he does go out in 5th. But this is a wounded team in the low ground. Fnatic, the pot shots are a bit too much. And that might be the last that we see of Ray GH. Fnatic looking prime and ready just to take this W, but the round closing. They have the top of the building, doesn't mean that they have the win just yet. They have to deal with Reignite, who's still occupying the exact same spot. They do have the catwall to kind of separate the map in 2 here, but gonna have to pop it at the right spot, at the right time. Possibly after that Rolling Thunder is gonna go down, but if they go right back up, Lix is gonna be a bit safe from that Rolling Thunder, but here comes the EMP. Almost half of the lobby's armor is gonna be out of the question. And Fnatic still looking to roll on through. Great catwall separates the side of Fnatic, and Reignite makes it an even 3v3. And Fnatic has such a good spot in between these catwalls. They can just nade right through them. The damage could be real, even could be a stick in the background, but oh, there it goes. There's the stick. There's the down. Razy's down. The L-Star shredding damage all over. And here comes Fnatic. Oh my god, a masterclass of how you play the wall. And they get the first dub for A versus C.
We have our Apex champions.
Hello and welcome back to the APAC North Pro League Split 1 second set of the doubleheader for today. A versus C. Already concluded our first game of Stormpoint, and Fnatic absolutely dominated the wall, stayed on top of one of the best spots, which is the roof on that left side, and absolutely farmed. Shout out to Yuka F and his Kraber. Licks as well, absolute beamer with the 30-30, not letting anyone in their flank go downhill for free. But Reject Winity, though, right behind them with second place. I think Sangjun is an absolute demon, honestly. Give him a wingman, he might just win you the game. And Papico going in at third place, living at that very moment, despite Kanata being down like 4 times by the exact same 3 squads, or the exact 4 squads that they actually saw in that final zone. So good on the resilience of Papico to live up until that very last moment, getting that very deserved 12 points. Northeption as well, despite the position that they gained in the bridge side. Couldn't get too much going there. Reignite got a good spot in the backside. Even got the third party on the team that was actually sliding down from the hillside, and I think that was actually the side of Area 310, who unfortunately could not live in the process, and I think that was also the side of Mose, who unfortunately could not make it in time. But gonna have to wait and see what's happening here in Game 2. We are still on Storm Point, my friend, and the only contests, once again, is that Cascade Falls. But before anything else, I'd like to encourage you guys to make sure to drop a follow on the APAC South Hub socials on Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, and on YouTube. And I think we are ready and roaring to start very, very soon. As you do see, guys, 1 contest. That's all we get. That's all we get for now. Hopefully teams maybe get a bit braver as soon as World's Edge does come around, but that could just be a different story entirely. But just like we said, Cascade is going to be the first thing that we are looking at. So far, it is a winning record for the side of Kokolobi Gaming at 1-0. And Extise, I mean, they got 1 player down. They went back for their friend's banner. The banner was being camped for the side of Kokolobi because the spot was still in the zone. So they didn't really have to leave Cascade anytime soon. They could even get some additional farm for their Evo. So is it going to be the same, the exact same thing for the side of Extise? Or is it going to be Extise finally getting some revenge here in Cascade Falls? We're just going to have to wait and see as soon as these drops do happen. And the Zoo Station's going to have a bit better loot going into this game. So someone's going to look for that golden or perp or weapon. Probably. Maybe some good armors. Maybe some magical attachments that you can get from Zoo Station at this very moment. But we're going to lock on in towards the side of Kokolobi Gaming, who is going to go contest Cascade once again. And I can see the red dots in the minimap once again. And that means we are here to fight the RA-45, of course. The gun of APAC North. Finally gonna get got it, but who is this? Who is this? Oh man, left behind and unfortunately did not get the memo. We are not landing in the building, my friend. We are not landing in the warehouse. And it's Yudu again. Yudu obviously did not learn from their last drop and suddenly goes inside of the compound attempting to... I don't know what he was attempting there, honestly. I mean, it already happened last time, so I think he assumed that as soon as he dropped, he would have just gotten the weapon. Maybe tried to beam one of the members before he does go down, but yeah, Extai is kind of segmented right now, not gonna lie, and especially with the comp that they have, they really, really need this Bangalore in order to function. So either they get a really quick pick up on their teammates' banner here and try to get some res, but knowing CCG, they're just going to stand around it. And oh, the zone is so perfect as well. So Xties could be a victim of the beacon camping once again. And as we take a short look at the minimap, I mean, Fnatic is still in the wall. Everyone is still in their respective places. No one really knows what's going on except for the ones who do have the beacons. They do have the consoles as well, maybe. But Yeah, Kokolobi Gaming still looking for X-Ties here. Standing around. Yeah, I think X-Ties have already realized it. They've already gave up on the mission to recover Yudu's banner here. But understandable though, Yudu. I don't know, man. Like, you do you, I guess. But 59 people still left in the lobby. So only one casualty so far. Rest of the squad still looting, not shooting too much, with the exception of the north side of the map, actually. Soleil seeing some action, and also Papico is in the general vicinity, so they might want to dip their toes into this fight. Possible third party in towards the side of Soleil Gaming and Rig, who is also getting shot from the backside, and Papico has to be careful. Gonna have to get off of that trident. However, they do have a general idea that someone's already at the gazebo. And Soleil have to be hyper aware that there is someone on their backside. They do not want Papico to roll up to their plate, but someone else is rolling up against Papico here, and this is Fnatic. So if Papico does decide to go for a fight, they're gonna have to go for it quick. But realize Bolshoi in the background, though, eliminated. Unfortunate. But Reignite just gonna set things up here in towards the bottom side. Pulverex somewhat in one of the dugouts here. So Fnatic gonna be flying in, always on the edge, of course, on the edge of danger, on the edge of these kills. But Papico gonna roll on in. They are gonna attempt to fight. They do get the scan, but is this going to be a different plan entirely here for the side of Soleil? It seems like they moved somewhere else on another gazebo potentially. So they actually just gave that gazebo to the side of Papico instead. I mean, Soul is like, all right, you guys can have that. We can get one that is deeper in the zone. But Fnatic, the team that you have to watch out for, Lix is already planning to put down a wall, so they're going to try to contest one of these spots. Maybe try to isolate one of these fights, but the cat wall is about to go through. Rotations are going to start to come in from the side of Fnatic, and they do spot the side of Rig. And they do go the underside instead, so they can play the spot for now and plan accordingly. But it's going to have to be one of these members, probably Lix, actually looking to see if he can just peek over the hill, gain some information for the squad. UKF could also be a really big help. Satuki just going to have to hold it down on towards the fort. Don't want to move anywhere, as those temp shields are going to be too useful to not have. But the circle does get smaller here in round one closing. Once again, not much fights going on, but potential fights could be incoming here. Reject 310 and CCG in the exact spot where the rotations could come in. And HAO also could be the ones gatekeeping the side of CCG, who is attempting to come in. Oh, but Soleil, just like I said, they actually switched gazebos this time, letting Papico actually have it. And that's going to make it a bit more difficult for Fnatic to play this one, actually, because they have to worry about two teams possibly crossing over towards their side. But that really depends on where the circle does end up. And it actually ends up not too far, slightly in the middle of checkpoint, going into this one. So they're going to be fine for now. No movement needed just yet from the teams that are in the dugouts, and the teams that are PvEing, just like Kokolobi, enjoying all these cells, enjoying all these attachments. And Area 310 has no choice but to hear it. So Milim has to be careful once again, just in case he gets shot twice by a wingman to the face once again. He's going to have to dodge those. Yeah, but it is just a showtime all around here at the start of the game. Area 310 doesn't want to be involved with this play. Instead, just going to get out in time as well. Good timing on that Valcolt. I think they were also feeling that the team going in towards that underside is probably going to swing them, as especially Kokolobi Gaming. They got all the PvE, they got all the cells, they got all the ammo they need And they got all the attachments that they can get from that PvE. So it's just basically a matter of time before they go swing for that top side. But HAO getting really deep here in checkpoint. So they do have the right guess, but it's kind of like a half and half zone at the moment. As, yeah, teams are still just kind of holding it out. There is Northception in the same area as HAO, though. X-Ties, who is currently a duo at the moment. Kind of trying to see if they can work their way into checkpoint as well. Riddle Order in the same area. I think Riddle's position is more flexible more than anything. So they can go top side, they can go bottom side. So they're going to be A-okay in terms of at least putting themselves in a spot where, you know, they can get possibly top 10 because they already have, you know, 1 foot in the door going into the zone. But round 2 closing is about to occur. Reignite. Just going to pop on some fences. Not much right homebound, honestly. But, ooh, could be a bit of a clash going on in towards the south side, actually. But Papico is also suffering some damage here. But NSD starting to run into Monty and the boys. Fnatic also starting the rotation from the north side. They have to be careful about Papico's presence in the general area, but someone is using the Trident in the background. Who is that? That's actually Dosukoi Impact, looking to see if they can go the long way around, but Satoshi Sparks can actually run into the Dosukoi Impact squad, but they're instead just going to go north bad, go as far as possible. Maybe try and see if they can get a late push in, but Wyatt Chang already out of the picture here for the side of Mose as you grab the lift to dodge the nades. But Datch still popping a medkit in the process. Techwing, currently it's a 2v2 situation. They do have the Prowler in their hands. Oh, no money. 1 HP already for this Bloodhound. Good spray from Libble. Oh my word, but can he get more? That's the problem. Oh my god, that Prowler damage is real. And my god, the damage that he has done gave enough space for No Money Sheet to just go for the finish. Well played from a Libel Ace. Absolutely shredding with that drop weapon. So they do breathe a sigh of relief for now, but maybe they can even get their teammate back up in the process. Dosukoi Impact, fresh from the zone, is going to have to run into what potentially is Pulverex's defense. Possibly Papico looking over the hills as well. So this cross is not going to be here for free. Look at Papico pelting bullets through that smoke. Still, no one can figure out what the next circle is going to be. Is it going to pull north or is it going to pull south? Oh, but it's just a rough time for the rotation here of Dosukoi Impact. They're getting arced, they're getting naded. And the 788 might have to actually pop the EMP early here. I mean, it is only round 3. By the time round 5 comes around, you do get that EMP back. But is he going to risk it, though? That is the problem. And it is going to be pulling more towards the dugouts more than checkpoint. So it's going to be quite the trench warfare we are going to be witnessing once again here in Apac North. This zone has already happened before in day 2. And we are going to see it again here in day 3. However, the amount of teams already in this spot is quite insane. North Pad, or at least south of North Pad, is already occupied by at least 7, 8 teams currently inside of the safe zone. And there is still so many teams coming in from checkpoint as well. So whoever is actually guarding the bottom of that hill possibly could farm for some KP, and Matutash already got the idea. He's already standing right below it, but you don't want to be standing out in the open just in case you do get 3-2-1'd. But who is going to rotate first? That is the true question. How is Reignite going to react to this? Yep, you're just going to see Diaz slipping on out from danger. How are they going to land, though? That is the true problem here for the side of Diaz. Absu's shots are being flown, but yeah, they do get somewhat of a spot. I think they wish they had a Watson here, not the other lie. But so far, this is the situation on the south of North Pad. Many teams playing the dugouts. Tech Wing looking to go for a fight, possibly. Anaya already popped the forward shadow, so that means it's going to be a green light in terms of the fights here. Great shots from the flatline. Anaya does get away in time with the Q. Ooh, Rolling Thunder is going to be popped. That's going to cut off some rotations here, despite having the cat wall. This is going to do some massive damage, and if Rival Ace can look back on towards the side of Satushi Sparks, who is still trying to rotate in towards the zone side, can get some freebies, and No Money She's going to go down, but he's going to go down with him. Oh my word, Area 310 in trouble. Milim once again in a 1v1 situation, looking for the win possibly, but he does have that belt. Just boosts on out, no HP. Movement is a bit too good for the side of the Satushi Sparks. Fnatic is also eliminated. Area 310 is also out, and this might be the start of the chaos that we asked for here in APAC North. Rolling Thunder gonna do a bit of damage, but not gonna fully eliminate the side of Satushi Sparks just yet. However, Pulverex is coming in from the left side. They do got the new castle cover on towards them as well. Pulverex controlling so much here, but they have to be careful of their backside because Dosukoi Impact is now starting to roll up as well. Riddle Order going to be eliminated. A lot of these top teams dying super early here in Stormpoint. Can you get that position? Can you get that rotation in? Still a whole lot of teams hanging out here in Checkpoint. A total of 4 squads if you include the X-Ties. Gaming, Arcstars gonna start to fly. Nefudal gonna get too much damage in. Pretty easy to dodge from the side of Monty and the boys. We're still playing that low ground. So far, most of the shots that have been fired here are from the side of DSK and Pulverex, them just fighting each other in these dugouts. Trying to poke him out as much as possible, maybe just create a clear way for Pulverex to enter the zone, but it is going to be a bit difficult as round 4 closing. 35 seconds on the clock, and we can already see some teams flying in. Satushi Sparks deciding to play the gazebo right on top of it. They do get a bit of a heady here, but going to have to be very patient with the way that they play as they are occupying a building that's already occupied by a team right below it, and that is going to be Papico. Nebula Esports is going to go out. Oh, but the utilities are now starting to fly here. Northampton. There's the damage from Yuka Pero, but Axis going to go for the full kill. He really doesn't give one if he gets cracked or not by another squad. He just wants this kill here on Yuka Pero. Can he get the armor swap though? Ultimate from the Conduit's going to go down. Fresh. Oh, not going to be the last of him just yet. It's actually Kokolobi Gaming going down. Northampton is eliminated as well. All of a sudden, we have our top 10. Diaz. Maker trying to survive. NSD Gaming is also eliminated. What an absolute farm of KP from their side. And Papico has just been staying on the underground this entire time. They got their backside protected by the zone, so they can just walk it in here. Problem is, there is a team right in front of them, and that's Monty and the boys. So what is going to be the course of action? Reject Winity with the best spot in this zone. The roof, high ground. They got first floor control as well, but I think the amount of angles that they can create just from their spot could make it next to impossible for the teams to just absolutely enter in, especially in this round 5 circle. Reject Winity. Making sure that no one can cross except for that dugout, which is already being observed here by Sangjun. I don't think it does have the wingman. HAO is now eliminated. Yeah, no wingman here for Sangjun, unfortunately. 7 squads left. Maker B gonna get Canada in the background, and I think there's gonna be a bit of fights going on out in the open as soon as the round 5 closing is about to occur. 35 seconds worth of non-stop action could potentially be on our screens. And Dosukoi Impact just gonna go into the dugout for now, but he doesn't realize that his friend, the Title Master, just gets left behind. He's actually a duo. Papico's eliminated. Watagashi. Very nice shots coming in from him, but EMP is about to go through. So many nades, so many catwalls in this round 5 closing, and I think this might just be the end of it. Honestly, there's not much space to work with, so this is going to be all fights from here on out. Overx going to take their first blood on towards the side of Dosukoi Impact. Satoshi Sparks trying to launch some nades in the dugouts here. Left is going to be clear. They do see him through the smoke thanks to the Digi-threat, so it's not going to be safe scramblings just yet. Nades are gonna go through. Dosukoi Impact eliminated, but Satoshi Sparks putting themselves in a bad situation. They get stunned by the Rolling Thunder, but I think they're gonna be fine for now, of course. Not climb on the high ground anymore, just in case that there is the danger here of the side of Reject looking over their shoulder. Satoshi Sparks eliminated. Great job from the side of Diaz, surviving all the way to top 4. Reject still has the best spot, still has the best elevation. And it is a rat, a full team, possibly another full team actually. Yep, Diaz. Still a complete squad here. And also Pulverex, so it's a 3v3v3. And then there's a rat, which is going to be a lice. But yeah, Sangjun looking over the hill, but it is the final round closing. Last 2 minutes of this game, possibly. As we slowly see the circle does close. Pulverex now starting to push instead here. Getting some initial damage in, but Reject Winnity is ready and roaring to go for this third-party conduit, trying to see if he can get him an armor swap, and Diaz going to be eliminated. Top 3 at least guaranteed. Reject Winnity. They do know that there's only 1 man left alive for the side of Pulverex, and that they do. And there we go. Here comes the third party just as expected. No, not even the third party. Maybe it's actually the Rat Allies. Second place. Not too bad, honestly. Reject Winnity clearing out that dugout. No problem.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS Apac North Pro League Split 1 Day 3 second set of the doubleheader for today. Of course, we are checking out A versus C, and we have already been done with the first two games. Reject Winity coming out on top with 34 points. Fnatic still getting carried after that stellar first game all the way up in second. Poppyco, though, consistently being third in most of these situations, living at the right place at the right time. Pulverex as well, going all the way up to fourth. Big upgrade coming in from them as well. So, yeah, pretty nice performance overall from the side of Reject Winity. Good rotations, good landing spots, and good decision-making that they have made overall in this game. But we're going to see some other teams try to play catch-up here, such as Riddle Order, who is currently in the top spot in the group stage scoreboard. And they're probably thinking, okay, we need to get something going in this last game of Store Point. If we can't, then we're going to have some perfect games here in World's Edge in order to catch up in these games. But we are going to enter game number 3 in just a bit. Of course, guys, it's the same mode contest. It's Cascade, and that is it. Nothing else. Just Cascade, and everything else is pretty much safe to loot for most of these teams. So we are just going to jump straight into it. And expectations, I mean, we saw, I think, one south pulling zone, one north pulling zone. So it's been quite the back and forth, honestly, between the circles at this very moment. So we're gonna see who is gonna come out on top this time, as we are gonna see the teams flying on in. And there we go. It's gonna be Kokolobi Gaming up first with the contest. Landing, the spot is actually a bit far, so could be a bit more of an equal landing for two of these teams, but it has been a 2-0 start here for the side of Xties, who has been trying to play catch-up on this team, and we're going to take a look at Yudu, of course. Yudu has always been separated from the squad, but he got the L-Star this time. He got the upper hand. He's looking for revenge. Oh, my word! Oh, does get a bit more energy, but he doesn't get another done, but at least he's going to be safer now. He's not going to be dying instantly like last time, but will that mean that Kokolobi is going to be playing this one a lot more passive? So instead, they're just going to look for the opportunity to loot the middle warehouse. Getting the R3. Not bad loot coming in from the side of CCG compared to what Xties has to deal with these buildings. Only limited loot from that side. So they might have to slip by going in towards south, but I think they know that CCG is in this warehouse. They're not going to let this up for free just yet. And U66 already picking up the pills on the outside, plus that passive from the Bangalore, getting those additional attachments. 2x on the PK, though. I recommend you put that on the ground, my friend, just in case. But Xties looking to gain some positioning here up against Kokolobi. But Kokolobi is nowhere to be found so far. They're now deciding to hold the really backside of the Cascade Falls buildings at this very moment, but they have to be careful. Zone is kind of attracting in towards the north side, so don't want to be attracting the teams who are looking for a third party here. Reject already did that last time, and I think they might just do it again if they do hear this fight going on for too long. Riddle Order also in the general area, but I don't think they want to get away from their spot because they're already smack dab in the middle of that zone near the tunnel in Jurassic. But yeah, rest of the teams, not much to write home about. Even the teams that actually contested, they're just like, all right, just gonna live for now. Trying to see if we can get some nades going here. Good nade from the side of Sizu, and that's going to be an instant queue up from their side. And they actually got distracted by the gravity lift, and that's going to give a bit of time for Kokolobi to recover a bit, at least in terms of the meds. They probably have some shield batteries, probably have some med kits in the ready here. But dude, they have to be they have to be careful about the windows though. The windows are gonna be the death of them. Oh, but the Spitfire. Oh, they have the Catwall as well. This is going to be so good for X-Dice. They already got everything that they have in order to set up this situation for success. Big damage. Bit of a reinforce ongoing here. I like that they're hesitating a bit into committing this Catwall because they really want to cut off a single member here. And the Catwall is about to go through. Here comes the Mozambique damage. Great 3-tag here on towards Maya. Sliding on in. Yakusha is going to be right up next. Sizu doing absolutely everything with the Mozambique. And where is the last player left alive? It's U66 running away. So the record for Cascade Falls is 2-1 in favor of Kokolobi Gaming. But fortunately, X-Dice does get the last laugh in that contest. And we are going to take a peek-see at the circle. A whole lot of middle action going on. And not the teams from the south have already cleared out, the exception of 2. I mean, those who go Impact, they're going to be the ones rotating a bit later more than any team. Douchey Sparks starting to fly in as well. Have to be careful, though, just in case that there is a team on the horizon, and now they do. Great guess from the side of Satoshi Sparks. I think this is going to be HAO. One of the teams, which is one of the more difficult teams to actually open up in terms of their defense, but no, it's actually Realize. Oh, but Snick not going to hit all the shots, but Realize Bashoy going to go down to the Satoshi Sparks. Unfortunate. Not much of a fight, honestly, being taken here. But Satoshi Sparks probably is going to go down to HAO, who I assumed was actually the first team that they were fighting. But no, they were just waiting on the side of this fight in order for them to get this third-party kill. And the Satoshi Sparks are going to be out. 18 squads left. And this game just keeps on getting tighter. And finally, some action here in round 1 closing. And even before the circle actually closed, we already got 2 squads out. Already an exciting start here for the third game of Stormpoint here in A versus C. But still, Launchpad. Damn, they just don't want to let go of Launchpad, apparently. Like, Libel and the boys looking to see if they can come in a bit late from the backside. They do have a bit of space to work with the dotted line kind of crossing the river a bit. So they can stay there for a while, but there is also a team staying right on top of Area 310. And are they going to do the Apac North Classic? No buildings left uncontested. No buildings left for... Or not, this building is not big enough for 2 squads. And that's how they treat it. But they don't want to pull the trigger just yet. Pulverex has an opportunity of a lifetime here. If Soleil does mess up, and they still got some kills here on the side of Area 310, this could be a third-party opportunity here for Pulverex in order to gain so many points. And especially looking at the loot here for the side of Soleil Gaming, getting that gold on one of the members is actually going to be huge. And we can already see in the background, Fnatic already has a Kraber? Yuka F is just a Kraber magnet, apparently, and Moses just eliminated. We didn't have to watch that because Fnatic already basically won before they could even step foot into the fight itself. And here comes Soleil Gaming. Looking to see if they can gain some finishes here. Great shots for the flatline of archery. Gonna have to roll on forward. They do get the finish here on Milim. Oh, pulls out the Buster Sword, but this is not the Final Fantasy event, my friend. You cannot limit break your way into victory. Oh, my word. Archery. Gonna have to go the long way around, and it's gonna have to be Mitarashi going in for the damage. He is a beast of a man, but does decide to swap into the napkin. But does get the res in time. But Peace gonna go down. Archery could be right up next here, but I think he's already planning something else entirely. Lemon, Mitarashi, only Milim is their only casualty. They survived the onslaught for now, but Soleil can easily come back to that building and try and see if they can contest it once again. Problem is, they don't have the beacons to work with, so not the best scenario for them. That is for sure. And goddamn, the Edge teams really do play Edge. I mean, CCG really have no choice but to play Edge because it's only U66. And the rest of them still looking for their prime spot. Good order. Oh, Yudu didn't even stand a chance. And this is one of the members on the side of X-Dice. Already got a good spot by winning Cascade Falls, but unfortunately they ran into Riddle Order and Yudu had to be the first one down. And Diaz now aware of the presence of Riddle Order in towards this tunnel side, so they're going to be trying to see if they can just chill on out, go towards the other direction.
Closed door, here. Enemy in my space.
But Riddle Order just holding this tunnel at this very moment.
Right in my space.
And Diaz, yeah, there's only, I think they're really trying to, they're like that, it's like that dude that's looking through that door with both of his hands on his eyes, trying to see if anyone is in there. And I mean, it's probably obvious that Riddle is going to be just hanging out in the tunnel for now. Circle still pretty big for most of the teams to find their prime spot. Reject on the side of the mountain. Nebula Esports in the same general area as well, but Fnatic finally decide to leave the safety of the wall. And where are they going to fly into? They're going to go for the rock first, but don't want to overextend for this one just yet. They're going to look to see if they can fight a bit forward just to gain some space. But is there going to be anyone fighting them? That is the question. Cascade Falls is clear so far. So I think they're going to just have safe passage going into the zone. But the problem is, how are they going to cross this river? The river is already being watched by almost 3 squads, even a duo of X-Ties. Reject also has vision of this river. So Fnatic might have to use this catwall early just in order to get that rotation. The problem is there any spots to play? I mean, Cascade for sure, but once that round 5 circle comes in, or that round 4 circle comes in, they're not going to have a spot to play, so they're going to have to fight their way out, possibly. But Area 310 looking to see if they can spot the other side of this bridge, but they're staring at each other at the moment.
Closed door here, and it's fortified.
Not much to write home about.
Contact.
Ooh, but Ulverex, what are you losing, Umchan? Not just, you didn't just lose your catalyst, you also lose one of your really good mechanical players. And Hammer Joe, they're just gonna rat it out for now with his boy. But everything is still quite far. CCG is deep in the zone, and to be fair, I think that is a fresh res from Checkpoint. But the circle is now going to start to hit a lot harder here. So they're going to need to get out ASAP, but they're just doing a whole lot of crafting, a whole lot of med kits for their side. And are they just going to pump it up? Probably. Oh, you messed up. Is he going to make it? Yeah, he made it. All right, they're going to be fine. So CCG, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to get back into the zone, as there is a lot of teams blocking the way. There is Poppyco, there is Fnatic, there is Reject Winity in the direction where they are going to be crossing. But Fnatic, I think, is going to look for the early fight here. And now they're starting to poke the team of RayGH and the boys, who is just trying to occupy this low ground. But I think Fnatic stays here for a bit. Got plenty of time to work with. And especially, they know that team is already fighting. They know that team's already popped the catwall. Could possibly get some good spots. And UKF trying to ping the rock here. And maybe that's the best position that they can play at. But Poppygo already getting an Arc Star launched at them. Mea, Jakusha, and that could be the third death as well from the side of CCG. So they're going to be back in the solo Bodo mode unless they can get the res. But Reject Winity, we're going to focus on them first. And Poppyco gonna roll on over. Good position here from Kanata, staking the claim here on towards the high ground of the nut. But everyone is just playing duck duck goose here. Everyone's just circling the nut as much as possible. Oh, Oh, and so Ladle Gaming eliminated in the background. We are now starting to dwindle some teams here, and now this is the type of zone where it makes Stormpoint exciting. The only covers you do have are rocks, the occasional pier, the occasional cannon, maybe a building. But goddamn, it's half mountain, half mountain, half Jurassic, I guess. We can see it.
This way, let's go.
Damn. Whoever made that call on towards Maker's side, Maker and the boys. Razor smack dab in the middle of the guess, but X-Ties just gonna go down. The duo finally eats the dirt. HAO, they take him out for that extra 2 KP, but here comes Techwing. They realize that that team messed up and maybe spent a bit too much resources trying to kill that duo. Techwing is gonna take it slow. They do got the momentum advantage here, but HAO gonna have to met up a bit. Not the healthiest way to fight at this very moment, with Tagashi getting shot from absolutely every side, but there is a Kraber in that box. Everyone wants to grab it. Damn, the Valk into the Crypto is crazy, honestly. But take a look back in the circle. NTH already inside. NSD as well, 310. Everyone is just hanging out in towards the Jurassic side. Riddle Order has almost full control of the tunnel, but there is now a team attempting to contest for it, and that is going to be Fnatic. Wait, this is actually quite the dream matchup. Riddle Order versus Fnatic, the rivalry of Apac North. And here we go. Is this going to be a clean 3v3? Riddle Order, Fnatic, I know you guys want to pull the trigger on this fight. Granted that HAO is also fighting on the outside, on the outskirts, and is going to look to see if they can roll on forward. 5CG, no armor on him whatsoever. Wright is also going to go down to 1 HP. The Rolling Thunder being popped on towards the outside. And Watagashi is going to go down. Oh my god, HAO just got briefed, but Pulverex briefed. If I'm going to go down, you're going to go down with me. Oh my word. Ragey H, Popico, whatever is the rest of Popico left here, is in the middle of the crossfires between Riddle Order and Fnatic. No one wants to roll on forward. They can hear this extra team on the other side, and Fnatic instead, they're going to look for the accessory KP on whoever is left on the side of Popico. But both of them do not want to let go of their respective side of the tunnel. Also, another team struggling on the outside. Diaz, Resh. They got the good read at first. They were actually here in this building before any contest happened from the side of Nebula Esports. And Diaz is going to get the quick res going, plus the smoke to help the vision. Going to have to dodge some of these nades. They do get the reinforces thanks to the cat being revived. Going to be a bit rough, though. But I think the side of Popico, there we go. I think the tunnels are now starting to see some action here. And actually, it's Fnatic who kicked out Riddle Order in the tunnel, so they successfully take their spot. But the problem is that spot's no longer prime anymore going into round 5. So Fnatic is going to have to come out late. Not the best scenario here, as Northeption does also have the nut on the right side. So it's going to be a bit of trouble here for the side of Fnatic just to get into Jurassic. But I think everyone's just busy fighting. No one's really giving their attention to Fnatic, who's still at the door. And Nebula Esports really creating this big distraction, but here comes Riddle Order for the third party, looking for that KP. Nebula Esports gonna eat the ground very soon. Diaz eliminated, Nebula is gone. Riddle Order having their own agenda, but NSD Gaming wanting to go for the fourth party instead. Good shots on the Havoc, but could not hit the entire clip. But Saku, the exact same for him as well. Might get the armor swap. Yes, he does. Does not get the crack. A lot of missed shots from the side of Riddle Order. They could not get these finishes. And Yukio is going to go down. Nefudal gonna be going down as well. It's another performance from that wingman. It's only Sumiyoshi left on that Soul Horizon, and Yukio Meltzera got the two members on the side of NSD, and they gotta just grief each other at this point. Now it's a duo and a solo holding this building. Fnatic in the corner looking to see if they can contest Northeption this time. This is actually good awareness from the side of Fnatic to fully ape Northeption in towards the north side. So they can actually just clear this one, possibly go for the very easy dub. And they got the first kill, and it's Yuka Pero. Out of all the members, it is that Crypto. EMP no longer available for the side of Northeption. Razy is down, so that is the generator. Look at Saida with the movement, but the movement is all that he has. Goes out in top 4. Northeption not expecting Fnatic to roll up to the plate, and Fnatic, I think they know that this is a team that's already lacking in terms of numbers. NSD is out thanks to Riddle, and Riddle would have wished they had their third player for this fight, considering it's Fnatic they're going up against. Yukio forced to watch his boys trying to fight one of the best APAC North teams of all time. Meltzera, Saku, gonna have to hold on for dear life, gonna have to make the play of their lifetime going into the final 2 minutes of this zone. They do have a lot of loot going in towards the backside of the house, and I like this. Pop that ult Excel to get that Rolling Thunder and activate it as soon as possible, considering they do not have a Watson. They have no way of blocking this ultimate from this Bangalore. Problem is, they do have the evac towers already out. That's very smart from Saku. Start shooting the evac towers, because that is the only way that you can dodge this Rolling Thunder. But here comes the shots coming in from Fnatic. Yuka F with the Hemlock absolutely beaming. And Lix gonna have to spend that Temp Shield, but it doesn't matter. They do have the numbers advantage. But when is that Rolling Thunder gonna be popped? Saku getting absolutely beamed from across the map. Fnatic taking it really slow, but here comes the Rolling Thunder finally incoming. A bit of space to work with for the side of Riddle Order. Damage is not going to be there, though. They were wishing that at least there would be 1 or 2 cracks. Satuki getting absolutely beamed. Yuka F, everyone doesn't have armor, but the problem is they do have a conduit, so they can just charge it right back up. And that is it. Fnatic with some god-tier game plan. A god-tier rotation, taking out Northeption first, and then the rest of the lobby.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello everybody, and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Apac North Pro League Split 1, Day 3, second set of the doubleheader for today's day. And we approach Game 4 first, World's Edge for A versus C in Day between Diaz and Satoshi Sparks. And there we go. That is that's the only one. Honestly, that is the only one. So, yeah, I mean, not much to worry about other than stacks at this very moment. Gonna be very interesting considering I haven't seen this stacks. I haven't seen this stacks contest in a while, but we did see this in the first week, I think, when Diaz still had the Synap. So maybe it could be a bit different. And now with Synap out of the picture, and they're going to try and see if they can adjust accordingly here. There's a bit of looting showing on. I don't think... Yeah, never mind. I did see the notification. There was a squad that did land nearby according to Resh. And it's actually the Satoshi Sparks who is also in the vicinity. So... okay, they're going to be a bit different, I guess, when it comes to these positions. And I think Diaz might have swerved on in towards another POI entirely. And yep, they're just going to ignore that. But Anaya, going to have to be careful, Anaya. Diaz is kind of rolling up the dome, and Anaya, you're on your own. I know you're a Revenant, but I don't know how far you can jump. Especially when 3 dudes are shooting at you. Oh no, Anaya. Anaya might be in trouble here. The only dude in the dome for the side of Tech Wing. And as soon as he realizes that he might be in trouble here... oh, no. Oh, no, Anaya. Not like this. Does get scanned. Thank God for that early scan from that Bloodhound. They realized... or Anaya finally realized that he needs to get the hell out of this spot, and he is just going to pop an evac tower, going to get right back up, back to his teammates, not going to get chased at all, not even the balloon going to get shot, and that is just going to be a flying Revenant. Getting some loot from Dome, maybe some accessory stuff, but I don't think he got the loot much, considering half of it was already taken here by the side of Diaz. But yeah, I mean, that is pretty much it in terms of the... contests here. Now we're probably going to see some fights going on in the middle of the map with HAO already taking some damage, but Dome already taken. That is going to be good news for the side of Diaz as of now.
Thinking our strategy. How about moving there?
Ooh, circle in a very interesting spot. Oh my god. The amount of times we've already seen this circle, honestly. I think it's already like 4, 5 times here in a World's Edge. So gonna be interesting to see how those teams adjust accordingly, considering they already saw this exact same circle. If I can remember, that's actually the game number 5 of the first A versus B matchup. So this is familiar territory for most of the teams, and Kokolobi Gaming is not kidding around. They're just gonna fence this entire spot entirely, gatekeep as much as possible. And let's see if they can girl boss their way out of trouble this time. But Kokolobi Gaming just going to have a bit of a fortress going on. This is actually one of the best spots that you can hold going into this circle if it does draw near the mountain. Oh, but you can already see in the distance the Kraber Jakusha wants to go for it. But I think the Kraber might be a bit too far of a pipe dream to go for, as there's already teams occupying in and around Fragment. HAO is here, Pulverex is here, Reignite is here, Area 310, NSD, and Papico is also in the same area. There is still Mo's taking their sweet time in towards the north. There is also Nebula Esports, Dosukoi, Impact in Skyhook still at this very moment, but someone already went down, and that is going to be in the way of Mitarashi. Area 310 looking like they want to fight HAO super early. Both of these teams not really known for their early fights, but they're going to fight anyways. Exchanging fisticuffs, and Mitarashi is going to be the first one knocked out. But is North gonna go for the full finish on this player, Mitarashi? Can he be punched right back into safety here? I think he's gonna be fine. HAO not fully committing to the fight just yet. They're also getting absolutely pelted from all their sides, all their windows. In Area 310, they're gonna get Mitarashi back into safety. He's gonna have to med right back up. And instantly, they put down the generator for that additional armor healing. And they're going to start to farm outside of these windows with these 30-30s. Fortunately for them, they do have one person on the golden armor already. Doesn't need too much farming. But Obli? Obli is just okay. I just saw Obli instantly murking someone in the kill feed. Unfortunately for the side of Realize, that's their Rampart gone.
Let's go there.
And Obli, the sniper of Reject Winity with that marksman rifle with the 3x on it, did not allow this Rampart to live at all. The Satoshi Sparks, also in the general vicinity, might actually try to take advantage of Realize's disadvantageous situation, as now they're going to have to back off in the way of the Satoshi Sparks. But will they get the idea that this is only going to be a duo playing? And no, Realize it's like, yeah, we're going to go right back up the hill, right back up the big mob, maybe go for a full rotation right behind the Anaya and the boys.
Level 4.
But Real Order just going to loot as much as possible here. They do got the triple take once again on towards Saku. He's been very effective with most of these weapons, whether it's a 30-30, the triple take, doing in some sick work to support his teammates while they're just fragging on out, especially Melzera here, who's been an absolute beamer. Round 1 closing does come to an end, though. We only have one team that is outside of the zone, and that's going to be X-Ties in Lava Fisher, taking their sweet time to just loot on up, making sure they get every single piece that can help them get into this final circle. But the circle is going to be around the middle part. Possibly could be a mountain finish where the side of NSD is. Could also be the finish going in towards Fragment. So a lot of possibilities here for this next circle, and teams are just trying to see if they can cover as much bases as possible. And here comes the rotation, though. Oh, there could be some gatekeeping action going on up in the south side of the map. And as we do see, Realize, Reject, and Anaya and the boys in the exact same spot. So shots are going to be popping off very, very soon right next to Lava Siphon. So that could actually attract the attention of CCG here if they do want to look over the hill. And now we take a look at it. Anaya right on top of that rock. And they're just going to be chilling for now. Not much in the way of full fights just yet. So Fnatic is going to have to be really careful about this. That is for sure. Oh, the 140 from Sangjun. Getting that Kraber going. They finished one of the members off of Realize was Shoei, and just like that, with the help of Reject, they just delete Realize off of the map, and Reject Winity already got away with a crime here, just stealing that spot. Some of those kills as well from the Kraber shot. And Reject probably going to look for that last player. He is still out in the open. Anaya on towards the bridge side. Great shots here from Obli, taking down No Money She.
Light ammo here.
And that is pretty much it for that squad. North Aption being a bit of bridge trolls at the moment, just taking on in from the bottom side instead. But we do have a whole lot of teams still occupying these buildings here in Fragment. And now we can see NES rotating in from the top side.
That spot's calling to us. Tango spot.
And let us see Reject occupying what was once the spot of this Riddle side. But Riddle gonna go all the way around. Saku, Meltzera, and Yukio gonna have to be careful. If they don't rotate at the right time, they might just have another unfortunate meeting against Fnatic here. And plus, NSD being in the general area, a third party could be arranged if they push a bit too early here. But Riddle instead, they just go back into Harvester, try to get the scan on towards this circle. It is going slightly left, more in towards the mountain, more than the building. So we are going to see a mountain zone instead. Oh, but Sudatakin getting absolutely murked. And can he actually reach the inside? Gravity lift is about to go through. The Arc Stars are going to start to fly, but they close the door just in time. And Resh, can he get some damage through the window? Maker going to be the first one down for Diaz, though. Great shots coming in from Mose, Wyatt Chang. Diaz is trying to survive as much as possible here, but they already lost a member, Reignite, who's been holding the inside the entire time. Sudatakin going to have to pump that Phoenix kit immediately. He needs to be back online for his team. And Mose, the one who actually kind of mirrored the plan of Diaz here, is now going to try to take advantage of a team that is not that wounded, honestly. I mean, Rick is going to be fine as soon as they can pump some of these cells. I think they can just go for a quick reset, but do they know about the Loba? Is that actually two black markets on top of each other? So one under the building, one inside. So interesting yoinkage of the loot here, but oh, Papico starting to see who is on the right side. Oh, but they're just gonna have to run through. They are just gonna have to run on through, but here comes the damage coming in from Mose, though. The G7 Scout with the 3X absolutely beaming, absolutely shredding. But Mose, they're not gonna hesitate. They're gonna go for the kills immediately, but look at the damage from the Conduit ultimate, absolutely melting the armor of the Horizon off of their body. But there it is. Diaz, they live to see another day because of that temporary ultimate. Mose gonna have to act quick, though, if they do want these kills to go back in their way. Conduit down to 1 HP. Gonna have to roll on through. And there we go. That's 2 down for the side of Mose, or 2 kills for the side of Mose. Papico finally gonna go down as Ray GH gonna go down in that one, but the zone, oh, but the black hole doesn't suck them into the zone. Instead, Mose, they get griefed by the side of Diaz. A duo left, and it is only Resh. Resh, if he does get spotted, it's not gonna be worth it going for that push, but I don't think he had a choice in the matter. As Diaz, there you go. They get eliminated. 14 squads left. This mountain zone is going to be very brutal for the teams that are still occupying the buildings. You can see Northeption trying to peek through the windows, trying to get that initial damage in. They don't want to go in without that initial advantage. Maybe an arc stick from the side of Taida through the window. It's gonna make it very, very difficult, I think. Watagashi still kind of just holding this. He was once the crypto, or he was once the Watson of the team. Now going on that crypto instead. Yucapetto with a bit of a change as well. No longer on that crypto, going into World's Edge. Now on that conduit. Action going on from the side of Area 310 and Nebula Esports. Names are flying all over the place, and Area 310 is about to go down. And we are going to take it into the drone, but just going to spot on in. There's going to be a lot of chaos going on here in Fragment. So we are just going to wait for that action going on. Sangjun with a freaking Kraber on towards Nefudal here. As HAO, they still have access to the building. They still have access to that bow check. But Northeption, they're still hesitating whether or not to go for the push here on towards the second floor because Pulverex is in the exact same spot. Don't want to pull the trigger just yet, but I think the call here for the Northeption is just to concede it, just to give up the call, put a generator down on towards the underside of this bridge. And Satuki, oh no, that's a very big casualty for the side of Fnatic. You cannot lose your conduit this early in the nades. They're going to try to see if they can delay it as much as possible just to get the res on their teammate. Fnatic trying to fight tooth and nail for survival here. Axis is going to go down. Good shot from the side of Fnatic. Lycus really clutch coming in from this Catalyst, and they might be able to recover their third. Satoshi Sparks is out. NSD is out. Fnatic, can you recover from this? You are getting absolutely pelted by nades, but still you are 3 people alive in this situation. Great shot from Yuka F! Oh my word! Lix gets the final shot in, but the damage was mostly from Yuka. Absolute insanity from Fnatic. Human aimbots from their side. Everything that they see, they shoot. Reject Winity, though, one of the teams that can actually contest them in terms of these mechanics, but they're still hesitant whether they want to go for this fight. Fnatic in a very precarious situation in between the rails. Northeption gonna get some accessory kills from the HAO squad who struggled to get into their spot. NTH gonna get pushed in. Great shots from the side of Tida, but could not hit all of them. And now is the chance for Pulverex to gain some revenge, gain some ground here. And they do have the Newcastle to go for that res. They do have the shield as well. And that's gonna be another player right back up for the side of Pulverex. However, they do not have the gold knock. They do not have the gold knock heal. So they're going to have to slow heal or at least pump some bats in their way. But the Mastiff from that far from FTN. Sit down, 5CG. Getting absolutely shelled. 5 squads left. Riddle Order in a pipe. In the middle of nowhere. Not the best spot to hold, not going to lie. Saku and Meltzera is going to have to shoot from either side of the tube. But as soon as an Arcstar enters that is going to be game over, my friend. But Sangjun, gonna get Lycus here, but Reject aware of Fnatic's presence. Oh my god, the double crack from the 30-30. Obli is absolutely rabid with the 30-30 at the moment. And Yuka F trying to play survival games here, as is the rest of Fnatic. Still at the edge of zone. Pulverex, Riddle Order, all of the top teams that we expect to perform here in World's Edge. Still live and alive in Kokolobi Gaming as well, looking. They're like sharks surrounding their prey at this very moment, looking for the right time to strike. Sangdoon with the Kraber plus the triple take. Yuka F. Fnatic is out, but this is what I was talking about. This tube is not going to be the best play. If ever one of these two sides is going to be exposed towards your side, and Yukio going to go down. Defenses are not available anymore. They don't have the generator. They do not have that support. PVX just going to finish off the rest of this squad, possibly the Conduit, the last one left alive. Oh, but Nea trying to save it. Kokolobi Gaming. Defenses. But it's not going to work. Defenses don't stop bullets. 3 squads. 8 people left. Pulverex. Riddle trying, but they cannot take out Pulverex. And now it is a mono-e-mono situation between Reject Winity and Pulverex. Pulverex in the low ground at the moment. Big damage here on Karampi. Obli getting hit by absolutely everything here. However, no answer just yet from the side of Pulverex. Reject getting absolutely pelted, but still, that could have gone either way. Honestly, so many health bars are low, but it seems like Reject Winity gonna get it at the end of the day. Congratulations for Game 4.
We have our Apex champions.
And hello and welcome back to the ALGS Apac North Split 1, Day 3. Second set of the doubleheader for today. Game number 5, World's Edge for A versus C. What a banger of a first World's Edge game we did have. We got the mountain pole in the middle of the map. It was just pure chaos. Most of the teams thought it was going to be a fragment zone, but it wasn't. It was the zone at the top of the hill, unfortunately. So most of the teams fought each other as they were trying to get out of fragments. So yeah, that happened, and Reject was just there to spectate this entire time. But speaking of spectating, we might spectate a actual contest this time. Will Diaz actually throw hands here in stacks, or will they just go to dome? I mean, I feel like they're just gonna go straight to dome, honestly. I mean, I think that's the best choice that they can have. Maybe to just, you know, kind of communicate to 3S here that they're not gonna mess with the boys. Instead, they're gonna go into dome, loot what they can, and try and see if they can survive the onslaught here. But to be fair, dome loot isn't too bad. Honestly, it's at the edge. You're going to get some armors. You're going to get some really good weapons. So I don't think they're going to be too sad about it. That is for sure. But if this zone does pull in towards north, and as I was about to say, it might pull towards the north side. So that's going to be very interesting how that is going to pan out. Oh my god, it just goes from bad to worse. Okay. I guess Diaz has to rotate early here. Try and see if they can gain position early. Especially, I think the priority here for this particular zone is around the tunnel side of the mountain. Maybe in survey, but there's still a lot of buildings also within the dotted line. So, you know, it's going to be first come, first serve, basically, on whoever is going to take these buildings. So at this very moment, yeah, just like I said, no contests at all. Possibly the closest fight we are going to have is the Skyhook side. But so far, from the games that we have seen, Nebula Esports does not like to interact with Dosukai this early in the game. And Fnatic has a really good spot as well, pretty close to the zone. So, I mean, they can already start their usual antics of clearing some of these teams and eliminating some of these teams off of the board. HAO could be a prime candidate. Realize kind of coming into their AoE here. So, yeah, Realize has to be careful because Soleil Gaming is also in close proximity. But Pulverex, yep, just going to go navigate in towards the landslide side. Fortunately for them, it is no longer occupied, but HAO already made their way inside of the tunnel. NSD and CCG might be right up next. Riddle Order looking to see if they can balloon their way into a faster route going into the zone. But this is going to be brutal for them, honestly, because I think Pulverex is actually kind of anticipating that there is going to be a rotation happening going into this tunnel. So Riddle Order versus Pulverex could happen at this very moment. And I think it might just happen. Yep, that is face-to-face with danger. Plus, the vault is already open. Are they going to decide to fight this, though? Pulverex? No is the answer. They'd rather not mess with Riddle Order this early in the game, and they'd rather gain position here. Because I think if Pulverex does decide to fight, that's just going to slow them down and gonna not allow them to get a really good spot within the zone already. But Area 310 attempting the rotation. Lemon down to half HP, down to 1 HP. Pulverex is absolutely pelting them with those shots, but not just that. Fnatic could also start to help, and HAO is still inside of the tunnel. So Area 310 kind of sandwiched between so many teams at the moment, and if they do go in towards the right side, they're gonna run into Soleil. So in general, this team, they're gonna need to figure it out, man, because even from my perspective, and I can see everything, it's a bit doomed, maybe. We can kind of call it from their side, but Area 310, hopefully they do get out of that situation. And yes, they do. Surprisingly, CCG just leaves it alone at the top of the hill. They actually decide to go for the buildings instead, going in towards the low ground. So maybe they do have a different read compared to what I have. And you should believe the players, not me, because they can read circles better than I do. But going into this tunnel, Pulverex is going to try to see if they can double back. They are aware that Riddle does like to drop in towards the south side, so I think they're kind of anticipating that they are going to come through that tunnel, but I think they're just going to plan accordingly. Just going to go through their own mountain, possibly get a position here in Monument, but it's not looking too great at this very moment. But Diaz, though, already taking some early game damage here against the side of Reject Winity. Actually, pretty early fights coming in from them, and this is not the style of Diaz. Diaz, they do like to rotate early into that zone. However, this disruption coming in from two sides, actually.
Let's check out that area. Enemy spotted.
Let's see if Reject Winity. 3, 2, 1. Oh, no money. That poor man did not stand a chance. The Bloodhound became just blood. And pretty sad sight to see, honestly, if you are a fan of it, No Money She. But it is what it is, man. Reject Winity with the teamwork to take that one player down. That's going to slow down the rotation quite a lot from Libel and the boys here. So Reject is just going to leave that. Yeah, I like this idea coming in from Reject. Cause a bit of chaos here in Thermal Station. Eliminate the threat coming in from the south side and instead, you know, work your way into the zone itself. So now Diaz is going to be forced to fight. Oh, no. What's the game plan here? I think even Diaz does not want to go for this just yet. They already have 1 foot out of the door. This is not a good fight to take, honestly. It's still pretty early in round 1. And you could lose a lot of resource here just trying to take out this team who's actually chasing you. Oh, but Libel is already going to take down Rash. Diaz could be the first team to go down. Tech Wing. No Money She is already out of the question after that earlier 3-2-1 from Reject Winity. But Libel is just going to leave them alone. Anaya possibly out of red meds, actually. Not healing, but does have the syringes for now. And Libel gonna rope on up to the balloon. Is gonna go back tree, so I think he's gonna try and res No Money She here because that crypto is gonna be so important, especially for the teams that are playing Edge, just to try and get some information on who is playing what and who is playing where. But Skyhook, Survey Camp, the zone is going to be in between these two POIs, and look at the amount of teams already occupying the tunnel. We have Soleil at the very end of it, NSD holding the bottom half, X-Ties holding the balloon room, and Dosukoi holding that backside Skyhook entrance. So, going to be interesting action coming in here from the tunnels, but I think those teams are going to be the safest for now. Still, a whole lot of teams looking to see if they can find their way into a pretty safe spot here. Fnatic a bit late on the step. And HAO, just as usual, just gonna chill in Skyhook and wait for the perfect time to come in. But, oh, already some contact in between the members of Moze and NSD and even X-Ties. Everyone is now starting to flash red here on towards the mini-map, so I think Moze has an opportunity to actually go inside of the tunnel and try to contest the spot here from the side of NSD. Problem is, X-Ties is also really close, Soleil is also really close, and I know damn well, as soon as they hear a single down from one of the members on the side of NSD, one of these teams is gonna act immediately. Possibly a third party, possibly a fourth party could be incoming. But it is going to be all quiet for now. It's not yet that desperate of a zone. Yuka F with a charge rifle.
Let's go that way.
And that's the last thing I want this man to be holding if I'm on the receiving end of this charge rifle, honestly.
Let's go that way. Contact.
That spot's calling to us. It'd be a good idea to go there.
With the middle order, just looking to clear some of these buildings.
Looks like we have enemies here. We have an enemy out there.
Whole lot of teams here already in Skyhook. Still some teams hanging around in Epicenter. And the Stushy Sparks, I think they caught a glimpse of one of the members here on the side of Pulverex. But Pulverex is already moving in towards the north side near where Moze is in Survey Camp. So could be a bit of sandwich action going on. And that could be, honestly. There is still Tech Wing, taking their sweet time, flying on in a bit late. They still have space to play here in Monument. They can even craft, man. They have so much time to do so. And Reject Winity kind of holding this high ground, not gonna lie. Good thing this is not the zone for it, because if it was the zone for it, standing on top of here without the generator would be a death wish. But it's not yet the last circle, so he's gonna be fine for now. So where is this gonna pull? So really is a tunnel zone, huh? And realize, ooh, are they gonna start the fight up against Nebula Esports? I mean, the buildings are so close together, you can just shoot through the windows, probably get it down, and probably get a situation where you can just ape the other team. But Reject Winity waiting for the perfect time, but they're also looking for the perfect opponent where they can just instantly take him down, get a better spot within the zone. They do have an evac tower, so they could actually go for the team here in Countdown, possibly, and take them out. And that is going to be Diaz, who's desperately trying to make some of these bats using the crafter, but Reject Winity, they're looking over it. I think they're thinking about whether or not they want to go for this rotation in and around the zone. It is possible with the meds that they have, but Diaz has to be the first one down here. They're going to have to look for their own building. So either way, that is a rotation point where Reject can actually go through and have a safer path going into the Skyhook side. Great damage here from the side of Karanthi with that Rampage. However, no action just yet. No 3v3s straight up. No one has gone down and gotten their full squad kill, with the exception of one, of course.
Enemy over there.
But Sushi Sparks, surprisingly, actually still chilling here in Epicenter. A team that I'm used to seeing play more zone-heavy more than anything, but I think that since the zone did not pull their way, I guess they're going to try their hand on taking out this Pulverex squad before they finally do come in. But Pulverex has a different idea. They are just going to evac tower their way out, but they have to be careful just in case Mose is also shooting at them. But Umi-chan did not even make it. That's the Watson already out for the side of Pulverex, and all he can do is crawl, crawl, crawl. Saving Private Umi-chan is the objective right now. But I don't think it's going to happen. He just gets shot in the head one time here by Schnick. And unfortunate for their side. They couldn't get their Watson over, but Reject Winity, their Watson is almost actually dead. 1 HP here on Karanthi, finally taken down here by Sudatakin. Gonna have to Rolling Thunder their backside here. Not the best situation to start things off. For the side of Reject Winity, especially Sudatakin, as soon as he smells blood, he is just going to go for the opportunity whatsoever. And Karanthi is just going to get left behind. And Techwing, they just got here. They're going to have to leave Libel. Yeah, Libel Ace. Yeesh. So many players lost to the ring. And actually, if you guys want to know a fun fact, the ring is the 4th or 5th most damaging thing in this game according to ALGS stats. I learned that from Spider Tiff last night because I totally didn't sleep before this one. But interesting that the zone takes so many lives, especially here in Apac North, where, you know, it's more passive more than anything. But Reject Winity, anything but passive, but they get absolutely blown up. What a nade from Wyatt Chang. What a 3-point shot. But can they keep on going? Mo's going to decide to play the passive game this time. They know that there is still a duo over the horizon, and they can just get this one for free. But Mo's instead going to go back into the low ground. There is another squad shooting at them, and it is the Satoshi Sparks. Poppy goes in the general area as well. So they don't want to go too far forward just in case another team does want to react to this exact fight. Round 4. Time is ticking for all of the teams that are still outside, and it does pull in towards Skyhook, where the side of Soleil Gaming actually is. Perfect position by them in that circle read. And Papico, ooh, shot once in the head. I know that's a 30-30.
Enemy in my space. I like this.
Round 4 circle is inevitable, though. Evac towers are going to start to be popped. I already see a res even in the background, so someone is going to be back in action in this game. And who is going to make it on towards the side of the Satoshi Sparks? Are they all going to make it? Yes, they are. Schnick is actually pretty healthy in this situation, and they got good cover, but can they recover in time? Really good shot coming in. Thermite is going to be thrown. Pulverex holding this entire mountain, trying to see if they can gatekeep more teams, collect some KP, maybe act like they're bigger than their numbers suggest. But they're just going to back it up. Play it careful. Hammer drill getting absolutely hammered here. 1 HP. Anaya on that Revenant coming in. L-Star damage. Revenant. Good shots. Does get one. Anaya takes one down with him, and it just so happens to be one of the members of Reject Winity. Obly's not going to be happy about that. Neither will Sangjun. But Sangjun just going to be rezzed right back up. But look at Satoshi Sparks. Opportunity waiting for them to collect this KP. And they are really just trying to seal this last one out. Maybe they do need some mez to pick up as well. So the Satoshi Sparks get Sangjun at the end of it. 16 squads left, and we are going to see this reduced by a lot as soon as this round 5 circle is starting to tick. And look at this. Look at the amount of teams on Skyhook, man. That's probably half the lobby. That's more than half the lobby, honestly. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that are not really sided in towards Skyhook. And the rest just chilling on the inside. All 11 squads. Let's see what they can do. Nepudal already done some damage with this Kraber earlier. Can he look for more, though? Who is going to be the victim? Who's going to be the one shot? Nepudal is actually the one shot instead. How ironic that the Kraber is the one getting absolutely damaged. NSD getting thrown absolutely everything. And Soleil Gaming, they're just chilling at the top. Meanwhile, NSD Gaming is suffering at the bottom. Oh my word, the round 5 is closing as well. SOL chilling at the top. NSD suffering. Reject, Northeption looking at their spot. There's even the Satoshi Sparks at the top of the hill going to do some poking here. Pulverex is eliminated. Reignite is gone. And look at this scan. 9 hostiles in this building. 3 squads to take out possibly. NSD Gaming is out, so that low ground of that tower is already out of the question. And Moze, ooh, Arcstar kill here on towards Yuka Perodator. So this is going to be Moze flying on in towards the side of Northeption. Northeption's going to be out. They have a really good spot here. They do have a Newcastle cover to work with as well. So they're really going to try to hold this one as much as possible. Moze, not going to lie, not even their Newcastle, but this Newcastle is actually going to possibly save them the game here. Diaz eliminated, Realize eliminated, Fnatic still playing survivor games here at the edge. And Yuka F trying to stave off some of the players here on towards their side. Maybe tried to get a revive going, but not just yet. HAO taking some heavy damage. No one's going to go for the finish here just yet, except someone is actually going to go for the finish, and it is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Yuka F once again. With a swing of a lifetime, Watagashi is going to be taken out as well as Right. Moze might be able to look over this rock and try and see if they can take some KP from the side of Fnatic, and the Thermite is going to be thrown. And they are just going to be cooking them alive, and at least Yuka F does secure 2. 5CG going to be taken down as well. That's 3 here for Yuka F in just a blink of an eye, but that exposes Fnatic and their side of the rock. CCG still playing that top side. SOL on the second floor on that tower. Reject the one this time playing on the underside. And X-Dies as well. Oh no, it's actually a wrap for the side of Reject, who's playing one of the arms here of the tower, so I think he's going to be fine for now. Great shots here from Ligus. Oh my word, Fnatic once again looking to show their skill, but Moze is going to be the one winning that one out. Oh, Moze, opportunity for them to recover, opportunity for them to try and see if they can get a res going, but I think it's already too little too late. The final round closing has already started. The ring is already moving. Soleil Gaming still at the top of the tower. It's up to them whether or not they're going to drop or not. Moze finally down. gonna get hit by the zone and the bleed out as well. 5 squads left. It's everyone versus Soleil Gaming at the top. Do use the catwall for a bit of space. Satoshi Sparks has time to go for a bit of a reset here, but Soul is seeing everything. But Soul is also out of meds. Not good news, so they're gonna really have to preserve their lives as much as possible since this is possibly their last one. But the triple nade! The triple sky nade! Oh, but they naded themselves! Not like this, X-Ties! Oh, they returned the package. And this is the package that they didn't want. Soleil Gaming eliminated. But it's fine. Obli. Look at Obli hanging on for dear life just to get second place. Satoshi Sparks, do they notice? Someone's on the side. Obli. Oh! Oh my god, the traffic cone saved him. No freaking way. The power of plastic. Against an Arc Star. And here we go. X-Ties now starting to see if they can shred. No one can see anything. It's all orange. It's all black. X-Ties. They get the dub. I don't know what happened, but X-Ties get the dub.
We have our Apex champions.
Hello and welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series League. Pro League, to be specific, here in Apac North. It's been 11 games of beautiful Apex Legends, and we do have the scoreboard for the second half of the doubleheader for the A versus C. Fnatic leading the charge for the squad with 75 points. Reject Winity not too far behind, and Pulverex here in third place, pretty far behind compared to this first and second place. So there's going to be a lot of storylines ongoing. Who is going to get third place? Who is going to win this 25-point juicer here for the group stage? Either Fnatic or Reject Winity being 4 points away. Definitely could be doable for Reject Winity to deny a win against Fnatic and get their second first place placing in terms of the groups of the day. Northeption looking to play catch up in riddle order as well to go for that third spot. Satuchi, one good game and some luck, they can actually get that third. So battle for third and that first and second place is going to be the thing that we are watching out for going into the last game of the day for Apac North Pro League. And hopefully it's an exciting one. Give us a zone where... What's a zone that can just destroy whatever we know about Apac North here? Let's get a... Overlook? Overlook zone does sound very lit. Not gonna lie. Overlook and or thermal. True, actually, thermal. If you guys don't know what's happening in the background, Lily is pointing at POIs, and I am agreeing. And yeah, I mean, thermal or overlook, more of the extreme edge zones I would want to see from some of these teams. Especially, I do want to see Area 310, how capable they are of holding position where they're already safe. Or Papico could be a test for them on how well they can actually hold this overlook side as well. Could be a challenge in general, honestly. But we're going to see some drops incoming here from all over the map. Of course, no contests to write home about so far. The closest thing is going to be Moe's and X-Ties in towards the north side of the map between Epicenter and the survey camp at this very moment. Climatizer is going to be occupied by Moe, so I think they're going to just get both sides, get as much loot. Probably going to try and see where the circle is going. But yeah, everything is just going to be a-okay. No, not much in terms of violence. Nope, not much in terms of violence. Oh! Oh! You've already seen this before. A very familiar zone. I wonder, when did this happen? Maybe game 4? Huh? So it's going to be quite the... It's going to be a replay. This is either game 4 or game 4 of the last series. So twice we've seen the Lava Fisher side today. And if I can remember, Enter Force 36 almost got the dub, but they were a duo at that time, and they got absolutely murked immediately from the team going in from the low ground. But let's see, is this going to be different from the side of A versus C this time? And Soleil already occupying Lava Fisher, so they're going to be setting up very, very soon. Fnatic, super close to this zone. So they could stay in Countdown, but I think if they do want to occupy the south room of Countdown, probably, if they do want the faster rotation going into Lava Fisher, plus an opportunity to probably mess up some teams' rotation, just like HAO realized, and Pulverex is trying to see if they can gain some land here in Lava Fisher, where there is limited space to work with, honestly. So, gonna have to wait and see what they want to do. Fnatic, of course, wanting to rotate early here. I actually like this from the side of Fnatic, and they're gonna take the backside building. And I think they do not care if the building is occupied or not, because they are gonna fight tooth and nail for it. And Soleil not gonna opt in for the fight just yet, and immediately Lycus is already letting it fly with that charge rifle. L-Star here for archery. Not the best fight against a charge rifle, not gonna lie.
Level 2.
L-Star in the 30-30. Satuki is going for some range here with these weapons. Plus, you can swap that 2x, 4x back in the L-Star and finish off some low targets from distance. But just some classy rotations all over the map. Not much in the way of fighting, just like I said. It's not the style, it's not the lingo of Apac North, at least until someone sees someone. And they decided, all right, we want your spot instead, so we are going to fight for it, even though we're just going to go back to ours. But NSD Gaming going to suffer a bit of pot shots from the side of Fnatic with this 30-30, and especially its Lick is holding it on that Catalyst. It's going to be quite the hard time to remove this man from his position. And look at this. Not even the doors are safe. Peek out for a second. Half of your armor is gone. And, yeah, looking over everything here in Lava Siphon. Not much action, honestly, other than some pot shots with 30-30, sharing some meds. Be careful not to put the meds 24/7 on the ground, because if you guys remember, there is a Loba in this lobby somewhere. So you do want to be careful about that. That is for sure. But still, Fnatic just holding their own on the north side of this Lava Siphon. And I think they've already realized that this is the circle that already occurred. So Fnatic is immediately going to hold this backside house where the zone actually closed pretty slow, especially from that side of the map. So I think they're going to have a good position off the jump here. And Dosukoi Impact from the backside is going to try and see if they can just sneak past Fnatic here. Maybe try to get on one of the rocks. But Trials is also an available spot. Maybe there's a kind of a small lip in towards the mountain. But Dosukoi Impact instead, they're going to use the geology of the surroundings here, using the rocks in order to protect them from danger here. I actually like this position here from Tanomaster with that 30-30, you can see it from that high, and you can also see the entirety of Lava Fissure here. So the amount of third-party pokes you can go for is absolutely insane. Ooh, but already some shots are being exchanged, and the kill feed is already being lit up. Apparently, Nebula Esports just decided to fight. And all of a sudden, Diaz is in a fight themselves. Monzi gonna have to pop that bat immediately. Maker gonna have no armor on his side as well, but he does have the 10 shields. Good shots with triple take. 102! Manzi! What a triple take shot from the man himself through the smoke and into the brain of the opponent. But Diaz gonna be eliminated. Nice try coming in from them, but it's 20th for you for the final game. And Techwing on the other side, looking to see if they can navigate their way forward, but they have to be careful. They see the balloon popped on the side. That's 100% reject. Trying to rotate out of Harvester, possibly into staging, possibly into Mirage au Trois, if Area 310 doesn't put up too much resistance. But Northraption is also coming in from the bridge side. So, bit of trouble here for some of the teams coming in from the south. So Techwing and the Reject. Northraption gonna have to be on their A game when it comes to gatekeeping both of these teams, because especially with Anaya, who's been absolutely rabid on this Revenant, one of the highest kill players in this lobby so far, has been performing absolutely well. But here comes the next circle reveal, and here we go. Fnatic with the right guess. They take the backside building. Dosukoi Impact not in a bad spot as well. They got the geology on the left side. And they're just going to hold that for now. They're still pretty safe within the circle. Fnatic just as safe as well. The rest of the squads, HAO holding the backside bridge near the train tracks. Mirage au Trois being held by Area 310. And Reject Winnity. Oh, they spot someone with the smokestacks, and here comes Techwing. Is this going to be a full-on fight, or is this going to be another team just running towards the other side? Here comes the Catwall, but the Catwall is a bit short from the left, so they can just go around it. And Sangjoon going to be the first one down. Anaya going to be right up next. Look at the shots coming in from Libel. Obley's going to go down as well. The Prowler is absolutely singing, and it's absolutely going wild. And despite the generator, it's going to generate the armor for us instead. And Reject Winnity. That is the second place team out in 19th. So, opportunities there to seal the first place finish up for the side of Fnatic. To be fair, all they have to do is survive at this point. But I don't think that's the Fnatic style. The Fnatic style is winning with the amount of aggression that they have. Winning with the game plan that they have. They're not here to play with the backseat. They're here to play to show the people how good they are. But for now, it is going to be ALGS with the charge rifle. R99 in his hands as well. Yuka F armorless at the moment. Did my man's armor just get yoinked? Or nah, it's probably on the ground. So they're probably anticipating a crypto ulti coming in very, very soon. Especially if there's like 3 crypto drones actually flying over Lava Fisher at the moment. So the fear is there. Round 2 closing is going to start. That's 1 minute and 30. And a huge part of the map already closed off. There is still teams outside. Techwing gonna decide to rotate a bit late going in towards staging. Good for them that Northampton actually started to move more forward here. So now it's their time to actually take over on towards the train tracks. Yeah, and everyone's just chilling. Back to the hide and seek game we go.
Forget I said that.
There we go. Circle is going to go in the way more south of lava. Okay. So that's 9, 10 squads actually. Already within the dotted line. Mo still outside, hanging around. Countdown at this very moment. 3S playing absolutely edge here. Don't want to get spotted by Kokolobi just yet. Waiting for that right timing.
Yes.
Rig is still actually in landslide. I think they're actually crafting. So they're going to be fine. They're just trying to get some armors up as much as possible. Tech Wing still located at the bridge. Area 310. Still at Mirage. Oh, it's a hard left. Oh, yeah, it's the same. It is the same zone. And Fnatic, they have seen this before. They have seen it with their own eyes. And now it's their time to capitalize on the information they've already gained from the past game. And let us see how will they react to it. Realize decide to move a bit more towards the middle of the zone instead. But they might actually run into Soleil. So they really have to be careful on what spot they're actually taking this time. Triple takes are going to start to fly. And they're going to start to sing. So some damages on some of the squads are going to be incoming. Here comes Soleil Gaming. Realize Washoy going to be taken down. And Soleil Gaming, they clear their building for now. First floor is going to be theirs. And they need to control both floors, I think. Don't want to give the control of this house for free. That is for sure.
Let's go there.
An opponent. They're far away. Let's reposition there. Exactly.
Let's go that way. Let's go that way.
What's the game plan here for Mo's, though? They're still outside of the zone.
Let's go that way.
Fresh from landslide, going into it. They're just going to walk it in, probably.
That over there.
Slow but steady from the side of Sushi Spark. They do have the evac tower, but I think at most they're actually going to reach countdown, maybe? Being countdown is a possibility, but still a lot of squads watching the backside. Dosukoi Impact still hanging around. Fnatic here. EMP going to be popped in towards that building. DSK looking to just cross on over, maybe try and see if they can actually in Fnatic a bit here to get them off that building, but Fnatic is just going to stay within their means. And Satoshi Sparks now has found a landing spot right under countdown here, but Nebula Esports, they do have that Bloodhound, and they're going to start shooting with the G7 Scout, but there is another team on the underside as well. Oh my word, Nebula Esports. Can you go for the capitalization? But Moses here, CCG is here, everyone is here from the side of Countdown, and everyone is looking to collect their points, and that's going to be the first one down for the side of CCG. U66, Coco Labby Gaming's already out. Could be Satoshi Sparks right up next. They're trying to go for the finish here on the rest of the members of Moe's, and it is only going to be Dash who's right on top of the pillar here. A surprising snick from the backside. And Moe's, can you get the final kill? Yes, you can. Great collection of points here for the side of Datch, but Nebula Esports already has his number. He's stuck on the low ground, but can they actually do anything? Here comes the fourth party. Nebula Esports, you thought you had the situation under control, but there's actually another squad looking to see if they can capitalize way more, and it is going to be Reignite. Looking in the corner. And Nebula Esports, they're just trying to get away as fast as possible in Matsutash and Sudatakin. Two of the players that you don't want to joke around, especially when it comes to these situations. Nades are going to start to come through. We are just waiting for the inevitable swing from the side of Reignite, but are they actually going to swing? That is the true question, or are they just going to put pressure on towards the side of Nebula Esports to make a decision here? Are we going to rotate into another team, or are we going to just fight and try and see if we can survive against Reignite here? Decisions have to be made in the next 13 seconds because round 4 closing is going to be a fast one. Most of these teams are not going to be here for long, especially on Countdown. TechWing, Reignite, Nebula Esports, Moze, Northeption, Area 310, HAO. So many teams still outside of the zone. Area 310 opted in for the Mirage Trois play and eventually maybe going to walk it in. They do have some good positions, but plus an evac tower, so maybe they can do a bit of a fly in here. But how are they going to do this? That is the true question. Mitarashi down to 1 HP. Careful not to get shot out in the air because you need that catalyst in order to work. But this is the wrong building to land to. This is the wrong building to land to. There's already 2 squads inside of it. Oh my word, not the best decision from the side of Reignite. Area 310 as well, inside of the exact same building. Actually, Reignite got there first before Area 310, but now Area 310 is kind of harassing the first floor. Reignite low on HP. Oh my word, there's still so many teams from the side of from the south side of Lava Fisher trying to see if they can work their way into the zone. Fnatic, their house is now out of possession here of the white circle. What cover do they have? What cover can they fight for? Meltzera. Oh, the rest of the squads are going to start to fall here. Likewise, Pulverex is now eliminated. Northeption trying to go for some poke damage. Razy has to be careful, though. They do have a good spot in the back of this mountain. No flanks to have to worry about. All they have to do is hold it out, honestly. And here comes the nades coming in from TechWing, trying to harass some of the bottom floor players, but the Forge Shadows is going to be popped here for Anaya. Stopped by the spikes, but there's still that backside team that they can kind of harass a bit, and Anaya looking for blood in this building. But he's taking his sweet time. Forge Shadows is already popped, but I think they're just going to let it run out before they can start the fight here. But Fnatic, still, they can actually play this underground here, these stairs, and they can still have some safe cover going into the round 5 circle. However, some of the other teams, Soleil Gaming and Reignite, they're getting a bit antsy inside of their building. They do want to take that first floor. They do want to take out the potential threat going into the next round circle. But Northeption being that threat this time against Fnatic here. There's so many teams in this building, but NSD starting to see if he can deal as much damage as possible. TechWing's gonna go down. It was a bit precarious for them, honestly, at the start of this fight. And it did not work out in their favor. 9 squads left. And Fnatic, they're getting absolutely pelted by the Northeption brothers here. Yuka F down to 1 HP, does get a bat off. And here comes the 30-30, finally in action. Tap strafes all over the place, but you cannot get those kills. You cannot escape from the aim of Satuki. Yukio, the first one down for the side of Riddle Order. And look at Fnatic, so much loot on the backside. Conduit ultimate is about to pull through. Area 310 stuck between a rock and a hard place. And oh my god, the Rolling Thunder plus the Conduit ultimate, they are just getting hurt from all sides. HAO is eliminated. Area 310 might be right up next. And the guns are now starting to sing. Soleil Gaming, they know that they cannot stay on the roof anymore with Fnatic looking over the edge. Gonna be forced to play the left side instead. Getting some free damage. Soleil Gaming, archery with these nades. Gonna do a whole lot of damage. Area 310's eliminated. Fnatic is absolutely farming with these L-Stars. Riddle Order is gonna be right up next, and that's gonna be Ray GH this time. Taking down Saku. Papiko collecting some points. And Reignite this entire time, playing the waiting game against Soleil Gaming. Oh, the slow game. Meltzera The only one left alive for the side of Riddle does get the armor swap. But Solelo Gaming taking their sweet time, making sure that they can recover really well. Reignite. Plenty of loot thanks to that black market. Thank God that Melzera does have a gold armor in order to preserve those batteries for this singular rat. And their final round closing the last 2 minutes of day 3. And here we go. Game 6. Who gets the dub? Can Fnatic seal off first place? Can any of these teams catch up to third? It's not that far of a gap between Papico and everyone else. And Pulverex still holding that third spot. However, they are no longer found in this one. Opportunity for Riddle Order to take that third spot. They need to play it well, though. Even though it is only Melzera, Melzera is going to have some expert ratting action going in towards this final circle. 1 minute left, and Papico's already eliminated thanks to Wagatashi. Riddle Order is out, so they get fourth. We're going to calculate that later, whether or not they actually got that third place. And we are going to see another Rolling Thunder going to be popped, and it is up to Fnatic with their kill leader, Yuka F, just trying to dodge as much of the missiles as possible. Reignite on the other side of this catwall, but just a bunch of batteries being popped. Peace is going to go down thanks to the energy barricade. Solelo Gaming, it's a slow play. Satuki finally takes down Peace. Sunny gonna ride up the balloon, and I think this might just be game over. Fnatic playing with their food. The second win of the day, and it is all Fnatic for today's series.
We have our Apex champions.
Yeah, we are going to take a look at the match day scoreboard for A versus C. Fnatic taking first place. What a performance from Yuka, especially, just as expected from the man, the myth, the legend himself. Reject Winnity still closing out on second place despite not having the best placing going into the last game of World's Edge. I think the gap is a bit too much. Riddle Order, though. Melzera with the rat play, causing Pulverex to lose their number 3 spot at the end of the day. The clutch coming in from El Rato is exactly what Riddle Order needs to seal off that third place. Pulverex going to be 4th, X-Ties 37. Northeption, a candidate to get third as well. Could have been them, honestly. But yeah, congratulations to the teams. And whoever is going to get the points here for the group stage, hopefully you guys shoot up in the leaderboard and we're going to see more action like this. And all right, this is the broadcast schedule for the rest of the days, guys. We have just had an absolute banger of the day with A versus B and A versus C. And now, next week, in February 10, Saturday this time instead of Sunday, we're going to have B versus C and A versus B once again. So make sure you guys stay tuned here in the APAC South Hub, where the home of the English broadcast for the APAC North is. Make sure to drop a follow on all the socials, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, and all the platforms that ASH is under. But that is it. And on behalf of all of the production in the, what do we call this? The Rex Lily production house, we bid you farewell for today and see you next week.